Welcome, everybody, to another edition of Imperial 80s. It is good to be with you this Monday morning. Tume, how are you doing?
You know, as good as you can in these moments, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm actually very excited to talk about this movie that I don't think people understand, like how much of a purchase. Maybe some people do. I'm sure some people do. If they remember, is a big, significant piece of '80s propagandistic history, though it probably is not framed in that kind of way. It's probably mostly framed as like progressive, showing the
Yeah.
progressions, the social progressions of liberal America.
Yeah, we'll get into all of that. Yeah, I'll save the discussion of
Yeah,
memories and
same.
all of that for a minute. I just want to say a couple of things about our guest up front. So, Dubravka, we've had on millennials in a couple of different settings. We did a two-part conversation with her and Gail Kieran, just kind of covering different aspects of their work around Yugoslavia. Um, Gail, right, like, he has a book, Ruptures. Well, I'm forgetting it. Dubravka will correct me, but it's like, kind of talk. It's like a political theory kind of discussion of Yugoslavia. It's very interesting. Um, you know, so in that we got into like the history of anti-fascism in Yugoslavia, their position as not part of the quote unquote Eastern Bloc countries, right? So they weren't really a part of the direct orbit of the Soviet Union, but were very significant within the non-aligned movement and were a communist country in a kind of communist socialist, however people want to think about it, but in a kind of they did a lot of work around worker self-management, and we'll get into that because it'll definitely. I'm very interested in how this film connects in and Dubravka's thoughts around it, because one of the things we talked about in that conversation as well is some of the contradictions that Yugoslavia had as a socialist state that kind of contributed to some of the ways that it ended up ultimately unraveling in a very, violent civil war, and the kind of fracturing of it into all of these states that we know now, Serbia, Bosnia, et cetera, right? And so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Dubravka's memories, to the extent she has them, of this film as a young child in Yugoslavia. And then the other conversation we did, I tried to put this up on uh, my shelf behind me, but was about this book, Past: An Introduction to the Problem. And there's a few folks that participated in that discussion. It's a book that was republished by Iskra, so folks can find it on iskra.org. Um, or is it iskrabooks.org? I think iskrabooks.org. But yeah, so we've had a few different conversations talking about various interests that Dubravka has, which include, film. Architecture is actually her like field of study, which will be interesting to talk about that a little bit in the context of this film, maybe as well. But yeah, good friend, good comrade, and you know, I have a globe that still has Yugoslavia on it. Yeah, Terry. I mean, I remember the maps when we were kids. You know, look very different than they do today. Yeah,
No,
Dubravka reminded me. The book is called Partisan Ruptures. Is the book by Gal Kieran. But yeah, anything else you want to say up front?
no. Let's get started. Let's bring Dubravka on. I'm ready to rock.
Hey, good to see
Hey,
you.
so great to see you. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
Yeah.
I'm glad we figured out. We've been going back and forth for a while on what movie we were gonna do, and Dubravka kind of led the charge of, you guys need to take a break from the guy films, the bro films, and do something else. And it's funny because I think on one level, my impulse is to think, well, the bro films are where the imperialism like really shines through, and then you watch something like this, and you're like, oh gosh, like this might
Oh
be
damn.
more
I,
insidious.
I was thinking like there is no lean in feminism without this film. And
No.
And that's kind of one of the like subtle ills, but present ills that needs to be demolished.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's start with like early memories of to the extent that we remember this movie in the late 80s, early 90s. I'll just go first. I didn't see it like I'm not actually this may have been the first time I've ever seen this movie actually. But I do remember it. I remember it mostly through my parents because they would go see these types of movies on like date nights, right? Carly Simon, which we'll talk about at a certain point, had some purchase within my mother's and father's both like listening habits. And definitely, Melanie Griffiths, Melanie Griffiths especially. Neither of them was as much of a Sigourney Weaver fan, but Harrison Ford as well. And so, it's funny. It's labeled in some ways as partially a comedy. I didn't find anything about this movie at all funny, but that's just an aside. But kind of romantic drama, right? And following some of the kind of arc of what we think about in terms of how rom-coms work as a genre. I just didn't particularly find it not that it was trying to be funny and failed, but didn't really try to be funny that much is the way I sort of read it. Maybe a couple of times, but not in any kind of sustained way. But yeah, so it was kind of a first time watch, but I do have memories of people talking about this film and stuff like that. So
I'll jump in next. Yeah. So this is a movie that I was very aware of existed in the 80s. My mother probably went and saw it and probably was like, whatever. Partly because my mother does have family. A part of my family is from and lives in Staten Island. So I can imagine my mother watching it and rolling her eyes a little bit at the Staten Island representation that we will definitely get into when we talk about the movie. And then probably around when I went to college, if you're in theater or film, you kind of run up against Mike Nichols, who's the director of this film. And Mike Nichols, which we'll talk about, is kind of like a large institution of like liberal greatness due to various films and really his theater work. And I'm not a Mike Nichols fan, and I'll get into the intricacies of my challenges with his work. It's nothing like really that like deep as much as he kind of reflects a certain kind of like tendency and totality. But when I watched it, I remember watching it and being like, well, this is just like, I was not very impressed by it, but I wasn't very analytical. And then about 4 or 5 years ago, it came on cable and I watched it. And I was glued, not because I think this film is good at all or I was into it, as much as I was like, wow, the political unconscious of this movie is as about screaming as anything I've ever watched. And the amount of things that it sets off in many directions, I think it's also part of a tendency of other movies that were happening around the same time that I think then go into the 90s and still exist now. And that's kind of how it's situated for me. I don't think it's like it's a significant movie if you're thinking about just the trajectory of things. And like I feel like if you want to know about 80s like mentality, you kind of can't not watch this movie. You have to watch this. Like you kind of have to dig into Working Girl. I feel like it's as essential as like watching Platoon, the Rambos. Like you have to watch this movie, especially because also it was a mega hit, which we'll get into as well.
I just want to say quickly on Mike Nichols for those who aren't really familiar, which I wasn't with the name, but like The Graduate is, which like, American Film Institute in 97, which of course put Birth of a Nation, I think number 2 or number 1 on their most important films of the first 100 years. So it gives you an idea of their politics or lack thereof, allegedly. But The Graduate was number 7, right? So like,
yeah,
it's also, I mean, we could get into that, although it's not 80s, but like, I think also a film that's quite problematic in a number of ways, but is recognized as one of the great American films of the 20th century. So he has that kind of cachet as a director. But yeah, go ahead, Dubravka.
Yeah, so I've been trying to remember whether I watched it in the 80s or in the 90s. I assume that probably it was in the 80s because we had this kind of, that time, this kind of both films were also regularly coming to the cinemas, but you also had like bootleg video stores where you could basically get any of the, like the video clubs were just like you would rent VHSs of which were not really necessarily licensed. And so that was something already in the 80s, and then in the 90s further exploded. So I definitely watched it as a kid, and also so much of the imagination of the film, like the fact that you walk to work in the sneakers and then you change into high heels, and that type of things. I feel like I've known this film ever since I know partly of myself, but I don't think I have seen it since 90s or early maybe 2000. One thing is, like, I was in 90s when I was in high school, I watched so many films because I wanted to be a filmmaker. Then as many ended up in the architecture school, and realized the spatial politics I'm interested in is the best. It's kind of, film is really important to think through kind of subtle ways in which spatial politics gets normalized and what our expectations of spaces are. So I think that keeps me interested in film. And I realize now watching it that some of there are so many, at least couple of catch sentences that I actually do use that I did not totally forgot they're from this film, including that cheesy one, coffee, tea, me, which I like every time when I'm in a plane or like if I'm offering someone a coffee or tea, that sentence pops up in my brain. And I was like watching and I was like, this is from this film, texted my sister immediately. So I guess this film is even more than I wanted, so deeply ingrained in I guess the way we became, or like what subjectivity was aimed at.
That's awesome. Dubravka, do you want to start a little bit with like digging into that a little bit? Because I think we'll move through parts of the film, and so we could save whatever you want for the discussion of the film itself. I know Mtume will, set up some of the people who are involved, probably talk a little bit more about Mike Nichols. But do you have anything you want to say up front in terms of like maybe the ideas embedded of the film that you feel how they were received? I mean, one of the things that's interesting, and one of the reasons that we're certainly interested in having you on beyond just enjoying your company and thinking that you're brilliant, is also that you received this film and you come from a country that was receiving this film outside of the imperial core, right? And so, there obviously are the way that we read it from within empire and the way folks, but I think it's interesting too, in a society that was intentionally trying to construct itself differently, how those ideas come in and what kind of impact that they have.
Yeah, I think this film comes like his late 80s. So I think it has also a lot of ways in which it's not just relevant for Yugoslavia as a kind of, that it already kind of is a sensing a lot of crisis of the 80s as it accumulates and becomes. But I think that the way that it lands to Yugoslavia in the late 80s is at the tail end of this decade, which was marked by the death of Tito in 1980, just a month and 2 days before I was born. Yeah, he died on 4th of May in 1980. I was born June 6th. So basically, and then IMF structural adjustment program kind of imposed on Yugoslavia. So this kind of a big crisis of not just economic crisis, but also crisis of ideology of what this society will be, which infamously gets co-opted by nationalism, and then we end up in the 90s with all the horrible wars and what else. And I think I have Serbian passport, so I'm from ended up in stayed in Serbia, and like Serbia is really, there is like a continuity of crisis, especially for Serbia until now. But so I think for me, what is interesting here to think is that there is this idea that feminism was supposed to come to Yugoslavia, though Yugoslavia actually was incredibly feminist from the beginning, when it founded in 1943 during the Second World War, constituted as a feminist country without necessarily using the word feminism. Because, when Yugoslavia constituted during the Second World War, it constituted on recognition of the shared experience of anti-fascist struggle, so that it was not idea of national, but it's also so many women were part of this anti-fascist struggle. So you already have not only voting rights immediately recognized in the first, but Yugoslavia was one of the first countries that put abortion as human right in its constitution. Something that then by default became part of every single constitution of the kind of countries that fell apart. But now that's kind of eroding in so many ways. So I think that so for me, what is interesting is that one was, in a way, how this presented this idea of like individuated kind of individuation, like, as Fred would say, a drone, like, I guess Tess is a drone of individuation. This is the term he used for Jerry Maguire. Yeah, because it's that kind of so and put for the generation who was, I guess, in their 20s, in the 80s, a really different idea of what does it mean to be in relation to a society. So I think that's and a lot was also through question of style. So the big hair, but also then kind of how do you kind of change then this kind of balancing of personal style, the heels. So, and that idea that being a successful woman means being like someone who goes to work, changes heels, works in the office, in that type of banking and stuff. So I think that it really challenged, even though in Yugoslavia you kind of had all of these elements anyway. You had successful people, women working in successful enterprises, or and all these things. And I think another thing that was really interesting for me to think through, there was actually a friend of mine, Boba Karamanic, once said how there is this not necessarily articulated as a genre, but whole genre of films from like late 70s till like in the 80s, which he would call like self-managed melodrama. So it's like a lot of workplace, like a lot of films which were kind of trying to understand society through focusing on the relationship in self-managed kind of organization, either with either also sometimes schools, sometimes enterprises, like workers' council. And through that, there was a number of films that were actually trying to understand class and gender dynamics of this. So I was now thinking that would like to actually watch some of the self-managed melodramas from 1980s to actually just really understand how this film sits in relation to that. But I think what is also is I think that the fashion in this film is really crazy, and that was something that was I think that's kind of a subtle way of Imperial read is the question around fashion, and I was always shocked how banally, in a banal way, sometimes that's the brilliant one. How in some banal ways, idea that Yugoslavia was not free country was, you could only choose between, I don't know, like 5 different sport shoes and Nike for some reason. You couldn't. And I was like, if this is what we're basing how we live, then maybe I do understand why this generation let everything go. One thing is to say is that this is something I did not remember in the skiing scene, which I think we need to spend some time, because I think this is something that is really kind of important to analyze. The skis that Sigourney Weaver's Catherine is Ellen, which is like a really famous skiing brand from a ski manufacturer from Yugoslavia, which was famously founded as soon as end of Second World War, but basically was actually through the idea of emerged in the Second World War when they had to make skis for Slovenian partisans because they didn't have good skis, so they were in 1944 didn't manage to kind of do this last push of liberation of the country as efficiently as needed because Germans and Italians had better skis. So then that's the origin of Ellen, which is really like, and I now remember like I had like Ellen and my mom had like Ellen aerobic like leggings and suit, and I was as a kid practicing rhythmical gymnastics in the late 80s. So all my equipment was. But that was also this kind of like there is no scene of kind of aerobics, but aerobics was big in Yugoslavia in the 80s. So I think that there are these ways in which kind of lifestyle gets transmitted, and then this is really kind of how kind of this. What does it actually? What is this desirable subjective? What should your desire be?
That's awesome. Aerobics were big in the US of the 80s for sure. Show people your jacket. I want people to see the yeah.
Okay, so I've kind of wearing this, especially generally wear it. So this is so this is the 1990, like it's a remake of a 1990s Yugoslav football team sports jersey that they used for when the football cup was in Italy. So this was the last big one that Yugoslavia played as the old big Yugoslavia. Unfortunately, there is no like a basketball one. I'd rather wear a basketball one because like Yugoslav basketball team was the reason why Dream Team was made. And there is recently I was like. Jay knows this. I'm a big basketball fan, much more than football. There was recently someone was saying there should be a petition that former Yugoslav countries have to form a team because now instead of kind of having to fight against one, you kind of have to deal with like in each championship at least 3 or 4 really good teams.
Yeah, no, I mean, imagine. I mean, just
that'd be dope.
Jokic and Luka being on the same team would be, like, how would you beat that? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I think that in that, like, skiing is class-coded sport. We will get to this in so much of the world. But in Yugoslavia, it was not as class-coded as before. And, like, especially now Slovenians are, like, carry their mantle. But, like, Yugoslavia was huge in, like, skiing. And watching skiing and following skiing and ski jumps as well was something that was really part. So that's something, yeah, for me it was really interesting in a way that how I don't think that that's the kind of class charge of that scene would have translated as easily in the 1980s in Yugoslavia as it really is like unconsciously rampant. But maybe we get to that a little bit later.
For sure. Yeah, Mtume, you want to jump in with some stuff on the movie?
Yeah, apologize. I don't know if people can hear like some like stuff outside. No, you can't. Okay, yeah, it's just gonna bother me. I guess someone's trying to trim the hedges in front of my damn apartment at 10 o'clock this morning. Very, very fun. Yeah, so a little bit of like grounding on the film, which I think is actually important in ways that I think in other films we've done it hasn't been, because this might be like the most like star-powered movie we've done, right? In terms of like multiple people in different parts of their careers. And it's also a film, I think, by probably the director who really comes from a different period. And this is like another period that he kind of steps into. So the script is written by a guy named Kevin Wade. And this is, he goes on to do movies that we know later, like he wrote Meet Joe Black, the really bad that movie Junior, where that's the one where Arnold, isn't Junior the one where Arnold is, no, wait a minute, is Junior, which one is Junior? Is that the one? Yep, that's the one where Arnold Schwarzenegger is pregnant. Yeah, it's that one. He writes that one, right? Exactly. In the 90s, right? That was like his twins follow-up with Danny DeVito. Oh man, so bad. But this is like his first script, and he said he got the inspiration for the script seeing kind of what Dubravka talked about. He said he would on the train seeing women in like business suits with tennis shoes, right? And like having like in their bag their work shoes. And he said he had this idea of like making this movie about a working woman in the 80s and so forth and so on. And it becomes like the first scripts he sold and everything. So the film, gets optioned. And the first thing they kind of go through is go for the director, and they go for Mike Nichols. And I'll get to Nichols in a second. I'll start with Melanie Griffith and everybody else. When Nichols is brought on, he wants Melanie Griffith, and the studio is like, no. And it's kind of like really important to situate who Melanie Griffith is, because it's actually really tied into the movie. Like, this movie almost like couldn't have been a success, I think, without like her personal story and kind of what they do with her as a figure. And it shows something very insidious about America, women, gender, and how people kind of take that stuff in. It's really quite insidious. So Melanie Griffith is the daughter of actress Tippi Hedren. Many people, I feel like people like don't know Tippi Hedren's name more than they know the movies that she was in. She was the star of The Birds with Alfred Hitchcock and Marnie as well. Sadly, and very, very, Hitchcock was very cruel to her. It's like one of these things that, like, if you dig into the Alfred Hitchcock's like career, you find out kind of how brutal of a filmmaker and how he was to actresses mainly. And really, if you think about his movies, you can probably kind of get that away, his kind of meanness, right? But he was very, very mean to Hedren. He courted her. It was the worst kind of harassment on all levels, and it really made Tippi Hedren's career kind of like kind of wanted to skate out of a career. It was like really horrifying for her. Melanie Griffith is her daughter, who starts her career very young in Hollywood. One of her first big roles is a film called Night Moves, which is a good movie, though Melanie Griffith, if there's a challenging part of the movie, it's actually Melanie Griffith's role. She plays a young daughter of an actress who's had a lot of problems, and she's kind of painted as this young, someone that men need to watch out being around. It's a very tropish, bad thing about young women that was definitely, rampant in all types of movies and still is. And she plays this kind of role, kind of like starting like her sex symbol thing even before she becomes 18. Right. So there's kind of this way that she's like situated in movies, right? Kind of from like the very start. That movie is like 74. All right. So it kind of goes up and she begins to have a career. It kind of moves up. The other big thing about it is that her relationship with Don
Johnson, right?
Yeah, which started before she was 18. And it was like very scandalous in the newspapers, kind of known about, and so forth and so on. And a lot of those things, they like break up. And she's also then becomes known as someone who has substance abuse issues, right? Drugs and things like that. And it's like very tabloid heavy. Everybody like knows all about this stuff. It's like part of it. It kind of like drops her career as like it's just starting, right? And so kind of like things that could be like some of her roles before the 80s, which is why I'm laying this out because it gets really, really important, are not necessarily what we get to think of Melanie Griffith for. What kind of turns her career is she starts doing films about kind of lower class, broken sex worker movies. Her big one is a film called Body Double by Brian De Palma, which we actually have to do. We should really do that movie. That's her comeback role. It's this, and it's not so strange. It's De Palma doing it's strange because it's a De Palma Hitchcock homage. Her mother is Tippi Hedren. You see what I'm saying? So like they're using the kind of like known facts for audiences, and it becomes, you're not just watching a movie, you're watching a movie attached to like Hollywood lore, and it begins to kind of stretch out. But then all her roles become these caricatures or characters of lumpen, working class street people, right? And it's fine. It's interesting because she doesn't come from working class grounds, right? She is a woman from a petty bourgeois life, and she finds her kind of redefinition in these kinds of roles, right? There's a film called Fear City by Abel Ferrara that she's like I think an exotic dancer who's being chased by a killer. Like, you know, it's like really, so there's like kind of like a Save Melanie Griffith thing too that like deals with a lot of these movies. What's the other movie that she did with what's his name? I'm gonna get it right now. I think there's a couple of important films to mention. Something Wild, which is another one. Like all these movies are like they kind of set up a beginning of like a kind of character for her. Now, the studio didn't want her because of her personal problems. They didn't think she was box office enough because those movies still weren't very big, right? So then you bring in Harrison Ford, right? And I don't think I think it is important to situate by this point. Like Harrison Ford is like Mr. America. Like if there's like, I don't know, there's like 3-4 male actors in the world who are like just the thing. He's one of them, right? You're just jockeying who's more box office than him. You know, he already has the 3 Star Wars are done. He's an Indiana Jones. He's branching out to more dramas and different types of movies. Like I think Witness, I think is like probably like right before this, things like that. He's doing movies like that, you know, kind of like developing his more, you know, catalog to make him a more diverse actor, also trying to get an Oscar too, which is like another big part of this thing. And a little funny joke about who gets nominated and he doesn't in the movie. And it kind of like, he makes a joke that's, you know, a little funky about it. But also like revealing, I think, on how things like work. Right. And, you know, he's peak of his powers. They put Harrison Ford in there. And then the other one is Sigourney Weaver. Who they get. And Sigourney Weaver by this point, and that's actually someone in my house who was huge. Sigourney Weaver was huge in my house. Aliens, Ghostbusters. She's a mega star at this point. But I had read a thing with Sigourney Weaver some years ago that she felt that it was hard to find roles for her in the right kind of way. Right. So she was always kind of looking for things. And when she did this, it was kind of a stretch for her in a particular way. Because if you think about the movie, she's actually not in it very much. She's actually in it maybe about 30%. Like you more feel like the presence of Sigourney Weaver's character in it more than, I mean, one of the things, if you look at the end credits, Harrison Ford and Sigourney Weaver are actually credited above Melanie Griffith, which is very telling. So the studio said, fine, we'll do it if you, as long as you have these two. So let's talk about Mike Nichols real quick. So Mike Nichols is kind of like one of these Hollywood, but also New York theater staples, or American theater staples. He was born in Berlin. His family fled in like stages during the Nazi takeover, right, and came to the United States. Right. I didn't realize this. He actually went to an elementary school that I went to for 2 years. I probably should have remembered that. And it makes sense that he would have gone there. Only reason why I went there because my parents tried to like scoot me into stuff. You know, my parents were like scoot the black boy into the other stuff so he could like get social progress type parents. So, you know, and it worked for a little bit. But he went there. Then he went to the Walden School, which is very, very, I think, telling. Also, he went to like a private school. They call it a progressive private school, and I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, okay, sure. Right? He goes like elite Upper West Side private school, and he like kind of goes around doing different things for a while, and then he wants to be an actor. And one of his first big things is with Nicholas and May, which is with Elaine May. Elaine May, someone that we're probably gonna, I think we have to do Ishtar, unfortunately. Such a bad movie, but it's so racist that we have to do it. But like, I think we might have to do Ishtar in that way. But they have a comedy duo. And that's like one of his first things, because he was an actor long before he was a director. And he does that for a while. They have a split. And he goes into theater directing, and he becomes, within like 10 years, one of the most prominent theater directors in America. Like, he is like one of them. He wins like a bunch of Tonys, and he's like a staple of like New York theater, and of Broadway, right? And of a certain type of elite theater, which then transitions him into movie making. His first being Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. He got that not having directed a film, but he was friends with Liz Taylor. And she kind of like made that happen. Then The Graduate. And like his 70s movies are not particularly memorable. Like, if you think about Mike Nichols and like what was happening in the 70s, which has a lot to criticize, he's not someone that you think about with like, significantly great things, right? So by the 80s, he's still doing stuff, and he's like such a prominent figure that he begins, he does movies. He can get like a tentpole movie or like a thing with like a big star, done. Like a movie he does do in the early 80s, we should probably also do is the Karen Silkwood movie. We should probably do that, Silkwood, about the union fight with Karen Silkwood, starring Meryl Streep, right? And he takes this film on, and what I kind of want to say about Working Girl is it fits into the Mike Nichols liberal social progress kind of narrative that he's really into. Everything he kind of does sits into what is the kind of positive liberal project of that period, and he likes to kind of give it a pseudo complication, right? He would say he's trying to find a conflict and how it's being overcome by certain people, but he's really into like the power of like the individual and the individual overcoming odds. I mean, it's literally said in the lines of this movie, right? Several times. But he like attaches it. So like The Graduate, this will be like the kind of dreamers of the 60s trying to break away from the kind of social structures that existed in like the suburbs, right? And them kind of like getting out and like finding their own path. That's his vision of like radical 60s, right? Is Dustin Hoffman and I forget what her name is, like, Catherine Ross, right? Going off, right? That's like his vision, right? In that kind of way. While in the 80s, we get to Working Girl, his vision is, and this is what I really kind of landed on with the film, is this kind of we talked about last week with Trading Places, these new prophets of capital, right? It seems to me that they understand that capital is in crisis, right? There's a lot of like talk throughout the film, and we'll talk about it, about we're in this moment of understanding how to make capital happen. The old guard is not as successful as it used to do. Japan is mentioned a few times in this film, is invoked, right? And we need new blood, right? We might need to get away from this old order, right? What can we bring in? And what the film really wants to do is use old tropes, because the other thing is some of this stuff is very old. The whole concept of the person not being truthful to kind of get what they want, but then revealing that that's who they really are, is like an old trope in movies. You see this in Audrey Hepburn movies, all types of stuff, right? It's a trope in movies. Men and women both do it. It can be genderless in that kind of way, or both genders, however you want to say it. In thinking like the Hollywood thought, but also every kind of decade or so, like getting a new person or a new figure or a new social group, because this movie to me, and I'd be curious y'all thoughts on this. There's definitely the gender thing, but there's like the social class thing that really like kind of sits through this movie, and they're making like a statement on what that is and how that will probably be the better heir towards capital than the Sigourney Weaver legacy people who are now sitting here. It's like trying to situate the blame essentially on a certain crop of people who exist that probably are not going to get this thing done properly.
Yeah, thank you, Mtume. On the other, and I'm curious, I'm sure Dubravka, you might have some additional comments too on, what Mtume was just sharing. But couple other notes just quickly is one thing I do remember actually is the series also, which so they made a working girl TV show off of this with Sandra Bullock as the Melanie Griffith as Tess. And it's like they take the song, they take the Staten Island Ferry. Like I can show a little quickly.
When was this? What year was this? I missed
1990, right? And so hang on, I'll pull up the intro real quick. But yeah, so like she's same thing. Like here she is on the Staten Island Ferry. Starts again with like the shot similar to how the movie begins. Same song too. Slightly, I think it's performed by someone else, but it's also the same song. It didn't last. It was like a year long or something like that, but it was actually one of Sandra Bullock's like kind of first introductions pre-Speed and everything else. So I did remember that. And then the song, I'll just say so there's really one song in the movie, right? Which is an interesting thing of making a movie and then having a theme song to it. And then in every dramatic, comedic, sad moment, you play the song, but you get different instruments to play it in like different keys, I guess, right? Like sometimes it's like sad strings version, sometimes it's like happy strings version. It's very interesting, sometimes it's horns, and then sometimes it's Carly Simon. And I'll just add that I mentioned this, I think, quickly, but Carly Simon was somebody that, would have been in the kind of stable of artists that my parents listened to. This kind of like, left liberal folk music that sort of is trying to hang on or ride in on like classic, like 60s folk, like people like Dylan in certain ways, right? Bob Dylan, and folks like Joan Baez as well. But then you get like, your Carly Simons, your James Taylors, Fred Small, like other artists. And so Carly Simon and I watched, there's a music video too for this song that has like a bunch of scenes from the movie interspersed with her singing it. I mean, and it was a hit. Like it won awards, all kinds of stuff. And when you're watching the movie, like it just I mean, I'll let Dubravka share if she wants, but like it's hard to get it out of your head. Like it's just like everywhere. It becomes all encompassing, and you're humming it at night, and you wake up and it's in your head. And anyway,
it's just like it should come with a warning for everyone who wants to watch this film after, like the song will haunt you. It's actually really interesting that throughout all these different versions, it never sounds good. There is not, some. I totally forgot about the song or the music, and I actually also really don't register. Carly Simon doesn't really register. So my first, it really starts when the film starts with these kind of epic scenes from a helicopter, like circling around. Statue of Liberty and like kind of hovering between Staten Island. And I have to say, I really like with all this kind of almost a decade of drone footage, helicopter scenes are so superior to drone footage. And I think that there is something, I mean, I don't know, but it's incredibly well shot film. When you think, like the way that kind of scenes are kind of constructed, and then there is like the depth of field and all the ways in which they are grouping the, like especially some of the scenes in the office where there is all this chatter of like when they try to kind of set up the social dynamic in the office and the kind of multiple plans. That's something that I really enjoyed watching and realizing actually how spatially films through way it's written really works well. So I kind of went into a different direction. My first thing was when I heard the song was like, this is like Africa of Toto, which is probably the song I hate the most. If there is a song I think the most offensive ever recorded is Toto's Africa. And I was really like, this is like a Toto-esque Africa vibe and aerial shots of New York, which is really like trying to kind of set up, is it a safari or a city vibe? And then I looked up, and in Wikipedia it says musically she wanted to write a hymn to New York with a contemporary jungle beat underneath, so as to juxtapose those opposites in a compelling way. And I was like, as you say, kind of to me, this is like the unconsciousness is really on the surface of this film. And then also this is like 87, so it's not like it's there's been a lot of interesting music happening in the 80s despite all the odds. So that's something that and last week when you were you were mentioning Berger ways of seeing, and then I was in the meantime teaching and kind of telling the students that they have to watch, because there is a scene in Ways of Seeing which exists also, unlike Matume just sold you on a book. I'm going to sell you now on the 4-episode BBC TV series that precedes the book, which is on YouTube. And in one, I think on the one of the episodes, there is the same scene that he layers over with different music. In order to show how the way we read a certain scene is really kind of informed by the music. And I think that there is something in this, how the film really sets up, it's a jungle out there, and really sets up this kind of New York spatially as this quote unquote wild space that everybody like has to fight and fend for themselves. And the kind of what is shot in the darkness, what is in the light, the interiors. I think it really sets up imagination of what's successful. And the old guard versus new, we can go later when comparing, like just how spatially the kind of offices look is also super interesting.
Dubravka reminded me about the cinematographer. The cinematographer of this film is actually quite one of the most revered cinematographers in film history, Michael Bellhaus. He was Fassbinder's Rainier Werner Fassbinder, the great German filmmaker's main cinematographers. He did The Marriage of Maria Braun. He did, Bitter Tears of Petra von Kant, which probably one of my favorite, Fox and His Friends. And if you know those films, they're really highlighted by catching West Germany in a particular kind of way, really kind of showing like the social totality of that nation through the cinematography. He also worked with Scorsese later. I mean, he's worked with everyone. He's really, really accomplished. Yeah, I agree. Like where there's still Hollywood like formal things within the film, it understands how to capture you. Because I will say, like, I have this thing that happens when I watch movies like this, that I can even sometimes emotionally acknowledge where if I didn't have a brain, they would catch me. Right. Right. Like, and it happens towards the end. Like, I feel like we'll get to that last sequence, right, of when, she gets her own office. I can feel it. I was like, oh, this is actually very slick. Like you're playing it nice and smooth. You're understanding it. And if I didn't have an analytic, I would totally be, flying in the sky to the Carly Simon, right? To that song. I mean, the other thing is like the lyrics of this song are just I'll read some of them. Let the river run. Let all the dreamers wake the nation. Come the new Jerusalem. Silver cities rise. The morning lights, the streets that lead them, and sirens call them on with a song.
It's just unhinged. Like, yeah. I mean,
it won both Oscar, Golden Globe, and Grammy, that song.
I mean, it was huge. It was like an anthem.
Which I find is a really big success that I have absolutely no recollection of the song.
Yeah, me neither. But that also tells you, like, you have all of these major. I mean, you have all the institutions co-signing, right? This film, this song, right? That this is, I mean, that's, this is the American propaganda machine, right? Of like, hey, like this, we're giving this like top billing, like go see this, bring in these ideas, right? This is what progress looks like right now in 1988. Yeah. I'd just say I something fleeting I forgot, but it's all right. But we'll come back to it, I'm sure, as we talk about the movie. I
want to jump on this. I think that this is also like, since like a lot of films you did were mostly like focused on kind of bringing guys onto the Imperial project, and I think that this is the one kind of that is really targeting much more women. And with a specific kind of class dynamic, which I think is important. So I think that there is a lot of kind of like subtlety there. And there is a beautiful scene in one of the conversations, which is a little bit like kind of Wall Street conversation about the importance of how you're dressed. When Catherine's Sigourney Weaver's character kind of quotes Coco Chanel, and there is just this scene in which like the Melanie Griffith like has this really kind of golden color bangles, and like she looks at her hands and like she stylishly moves them below the table and out of the field of vision, and you really, it's such a cruel film on that level, because that kind of subtle that kind of not so subtle but like continuous undermining that is happening is really like high school vibes.
Yeah, Dubravka, you bring up something that I think we should bring into it as we go into the movie, because this idea of how to bring women, mostly white women, into the kind of social project here in America, you see like different stages of it. Sigourney Weaver being in this movie is almost like absolutely perfect, because with like her Ripley character, that is one of those characters of kind of bringing a woman as someone who can kind of control this kind of narrative of like strength to, I mean, one of the things we'll get to is when Harrison Ford says, he's your guy, like referring to Melanie Griffith as a he, right? Which is very military, right? It has that military kind of invoking. But the stages of it, like how do we do the different things? And Dubravka actually brought up in our chat, I thought it was the late 70s, but 9 to 5. We have to also bring about 9 to 5, Dolly Parton, which came out in 1980. And this is really, I think, like a high stage, right? A lot of things were leading up to this, these various films that were kind of coming around, and then also the workplace thing. And it was really, honestly, a natural evolution that kind of had to happen. Like Working Girl was something that kind of had to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think there is a really big difference between 9 to 5, besides the song 100%. Being much better. But there is here there you have like women, if I remember it correctly, were working across class difference in order to kind of for collective emancipation. And then this film was really spearheaded by Jane Fonda, and she really made it happen against all the odds. This one is really incredible in the way that Tess is then caught between the ways that she's undermined by kind of her class peers for wanting better life, and of course this kind of inherited kind of person who just got everything given to her, almost like that kind of old inherited model. So it's really like bootstrapping, like glorification of pull your strap by your boot, like in this kind of incredibly through kind of night school and all this. So I think that there is like a really big difference also in the films of like.
Let's move into the early scenes.
Yeah.
So like you've already kind of set this up. I mean, you get and I've showed a few of the pictures, but you get, this big sweeping, like Dubravka says, it's a helicopter shot going around the Statue of Liberty, right? You have Carly Simon's song playing here. I mean, first of all, I just think the Statue of Liberty as like this vision of imperial feminism, like just to like start right off, right at the beginning of this, like it's perfect. Like I never really
New Jerusalem.
Yeah, the New Jerusalem. Welcome everybody. And which also I should say, like the context I heard New Jerusalem growing up was always about, it was like Redman talking about New Jersey, right? New Jerus, like in the Fugees and stuff like that. Yeah, but yeah, deeply messed up. But then you move into the Staten Island ferry, which we do need to talk about Staten Island. I mean, I will say I didn't go to Staten Island until the 2000s, so I can't speak for it in the 80s. Obviously, I grew up listening to Wu-Tang, and so my vision of Staten Island from them was very much, Killer Hill, projects, right? Like 10304. But then when I lived in New York, like I had coworkers who were from Staten Island, and then I also had I went there once to like for like an album release party of a friend, and weird selection, right? And it was a weird party. But I will say that Staten Island is quite different than any of the other boroughs. And it does have a lot of white people. It does have a lot of like there's a lot of cops that live on Staten Island, although people sometimes like more live on Long Island than on Staten Island, but there definitely are cops that live on Staten Island. And then, like a lot of Italians, Irish, like other kind of, ethnic whites, for lack of a better term, right? And it is maybe, and I don't know if your thoughts on this. I mean, in some ways, I think of it as it's one of the most segregated of the boroughs in a certain way. But, you made the point before we started, Mtume, is like coming on, like being on the Staten Island, you would have a mix because you're going to have everybody, like people go into Manhattan for work. And that's the case in any borough in New York. And so, that part is funny because it is in the film, it's presented as an almost entirely white working class space. And I would say that I don't know how the mix is in all the boroughs, and it changes over time because of gentrification and everything else. But, I do think of Staten Island as being not more working class, but having a lot of working class people. Same with Brooklyn, obviously, in this period, in the Bronx. Queens is a little bit more of a mix. Like you have, kind of more middle class folks, I feel like, living out in Queens. And then in Manhattan, especially, you have, more of the upper class folks, more wealthy folks and so on. But anyways, you get this, like the commute in the morning and those shots from the ferry, right? A lot of people, the big hair, everybody, the jewelry that Dubravka is looking at, like there's a certain kind of like, okay, we're going into the city to work. And then, as Dubravka says, you get to work and you take off your boots or whatever and put on your high heels and, and then the workplaces are interesting in this film too, because it's all it's very corporate, like mergers, acquisitions, kind of Wall Street adjacent, financial corporate jobs. And and you get introduced to, I mean, again, talk about the cast in this film. You get what's the name of the guy who she calls the pimp that sets her up?
Oliver Platt.
Oliver Platt, right? You get Kevin Spacey as the disgusting sleeve bag.
I mean, one of the people at her party is David Duchovny, like party kind of surprise party guest, because I think that's also kind of how the film starts. We should kind of talk about the kind of the very opening kind of.
Yeah, go ahead.
Scene. No, so because it was this kind, like you see that she's like with a friend traveling, and they have like a cupcake, and they are like, it's her birthday, so the kind of whole kind of make a wish, and then she starts to kind of when she's gonna kind of join, and then there's the whole kind of thing like, oh, I have a speech license, and John Cusack, who plays her, Cynthia, her best friend from Staten Island, is like, but you know how to speak. So you really have that kind of whole self, and then I have a class. So you really have that emerging micro seminar, and then Cynthia says, geez, it's your birthday, can they merge without you? Which is, in a way, shows the kind of the like insanity of all this, but in the context of the film, it's really someone who is kind of closest to her, kind of continuously kind of actually questions her desire to live different destiny. And one thing was that like Staten Island looks like so barren in the film, and like there is no street light, there isn't anything there. So there is a stark difference between like fully lit downtown with World Trade Centers, which are there, and then some of the film was shot in 7 World Trade Center in the lobby. So there is really this kind of setting it up spatially as you like you have to go towards the light.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. In those early scenes, some of the things that really hit me, and thinking about, so Staten Island, my family, my great aunt, rest in peace, she lived there. And all of her kids, a lot of her kids still live there. I have family who still go there. I don't get there often, but I get there every now and then. I got there more when I was younger. Like the trip to Staten Island was like a thing, right? But the segregation thing is real, and it's changed in many ways. Because if you think of actually coastal part, like the front is all coastal, but like on like right on the edges, like near the ferry, there's like this class of people who have moved there because like it's kind of a shishi place to live. And it wasn't always like that. Actually living near the ferry for a while was like not that desirous, because it was like run down. My great aunt lived maybe like a 30-minute walk from the ferry, but it was very run down. They've been trying to buy her place since she's passed away. It's like a lot of stuff. But yeah, segregate, like Stapleton Projects and all that stuff was like towards the back, right? Kind of, I mean, that was like the whole thing. If you listen to Wu-Tang lyrics, they talk about that. Like you're kind of like stuck when you're in that part of Staten Island. Like you feel like you can't get out of it. It's like really like it's like entrapped, but also entrapped by a certain demographic of white people, that in this film are treated in the way that Hollywood has always liked to treat working lower, and I put this in quotations, lower class whites, as these like characters of lack of poise, lack of maybe refinement, but virtue. They have this, there's this inner something, this inner aura. They have these maybe honesties or truth telling or go-getter mentalities, and this is them, like, I think, believing they have good class politics, the kind of like liberal upper class people thinking that, well, I can recognize that there is a kind of social system, because it's really mentioned early. Like she's taking speech classes, like you're getting all these like invocations of all the things that Tess is doing, right? And they immediately want you to be emotionally attached to her. They don't want you, they're very quick to not have you look at her negatively in any way, right? You would look at her as unrefined. Even Joan Cusack's character, which I have to say, for me, watching it again this time, it can't, because of the makeup, and I get it, it can't get past caricature for me when I'm watching it. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I can't get past the almost circus look of it, right? And I'm not saying that it didn't look like that maybe someone in the 80s, but there's a way that the film doesn't get above beyond that. I mean, even when it's trying to. The one thing I'll say about the racial stuff, though, so yeah, it did hit me, because the other thing that I knew in my family was, even though there were lots of white people, you had working Black and Latino people who were on that ferry every single morning to go work in downtown, and whatever jobs that there were, because there's so many jobs right when you get off the lip of it, in Bowling Green, the South Ferry to Wall Street area, and not executive jobs, like all types of stuff that just happens there, restaurants, all types of things, and people of color did that, so they were on that ferry. So the fact that like the kind of working people are white, the working virtuous people are white, is a thing that also just carries for decades, but it changes like who they're into, like when in the 90s and 2000s, it all became Boston, right, with Good Will Hunting and the Afflecks, right, and the things like The Town and shit like that, right? All these types of movies. In the 80s, they were really attached to this kind of, these are the true kind of like heart and soul, the working white people who are kind of, and for this, the working white woman who's cut off from the ability to have social progress.
So Mtume, what about this guy with the Davy Crockett hat here? Like,
oh yeah, the one brother. Yeah, there's always one of us right at the party.
I was just like, who made this costume selection? Like, why is he wearing a Davy Crockett hat?
So one thing about Hollywood, if you've ever been on a Hollywood set like that big, Mike Nichols wouldn't make the decision. It would often be his second, right? Or like the assistant director. They'd like, dress it up. Yeah, put a black guy in there. Yeah, you give it some color. And then they would go, Mike, do you like this? And Mike would go, yeah, looks good.
Man. One thing I'll just say before we move like further into this is one of the, and we'll get to this as we move through it, but one of the ways also that this film is so imperialist is that it actually is like the Lenin definition of imperial. I mean, it's literally monopoly capitalism, right? It's literally like everything that they're involved in, even from the beginning, even when she's working for the sleazeballs that she ends up getting fired by because she won't succumb to their, sexual machinations and everything else. Like, they're all in like mergers and acquisitions, right? Like their job is to sort of help. I mean, and that's an interesting thing to talk about a little bit, because it's like it's people whose job is to help big capital figure out how to make more money and then get like a little bit of money for the deal too. So like very much also, if we're talking about a petty bourgeois like aspiration, like this is it too, right? Like these people are not, none of the people really that are central to the film are themselves, coming from real significant wealth. I mean, Sigourney Weaver and Harrison Ford's are probably the closest. They've sort of ascended to this petty bourgeois, but even there's like some discussion that Ford character, feels Jack, right? It feels quite like tenuous, right, in his role and his ability to keep his job and so on and so forth, right? So, and of course, in the end, Catherine, played by Sigourney Weaver, is going to lose her job as well, right? So the social standing of these petty bourgeois figures is something that you have to continually succeed kind of on capital's terms in order to even remain in this world, right? And that's something that from the beginning, Melanie Griffith's character Tess is sort of trying to figure out, like, how do I get my foot in the door in a kind of stable sense? And at that point, she's really like, she's a secretary, is really, she's working as an assistant, seemingly for a temp agency, right? Because they keep, well, like, they talk about, we've placed you 3 times within the last 6 months or something like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Olympia Dukakis. Like, she's always dropping it, and Olympia Dukakis always plays the maternal with advice. That's like Olympia. It's like literally her function, because in the movie once she tells her, "Look, this has to be the one. You can't do this anymore." Like, because basically what happens is, I mean, if you moving a little bit, but I think it's we're in there. Kevin Spacey's character is someone that they set her up with, saying that there is a job, because one of the things that you clearly notice about Tess is she's trying to go to these different like sectors to kind of move up. So there's like these programs. She applies for a program. They say that she can't get in, so forth and so on, because she doesn't have the credentials. So that the idea of being credentialed, how credentials work within, is invoked and put into the system, right? So she doesn't have that. They're like, hey, this guy, he has an opening for a for a secretary, right? For a position. And she asked them very plainly, like, is this some bullshit, right? Are you like setting me up? And they're like, no. Or he makes a joke about being a pimp, right? Do I look like one or something like that, right? And it's a crass and crude joke. And one of the things about Melanie Griffith's playing of the film, which I think is why it's also very effective, she always plays everything with the sense that she's doing things for the right reasons. So even when she attacks or when she has like a blowback, it's justified. The script helps it, but she also plays it in that way. It's very warm. It's a very warm. She doesn't, even when she like does things that might be a little bit on the edge business wise, it's played with this like empathic empathy kind of vibe that and a sensitivity. So she goes and she does it in like the best of intentions. And you got Kevin Spacey, which is like so funny if you think about him and what people knew for many years, but like I did, and then the whole world found out, right? He basically plays the guy who's like, you know what, I don't really want anything. I just want to basically, get in your pants and really sleazeball, nasty type of stuff. And she spreads the champagne on him, right? Right, sprays it on him, right? And then in the limo, and she gets out, and then she goes back at the boss, right? She has this thing where she types into the computer. It's a stock room, right? So there's like the way that the what's on the computer can go into the stock, and she says something, he has a small penis or something like that. I can't remember the exact phrase, and they go, and everybody laughs, and she quits. She walks out, and I think it's great that she does it. And I don't think she has a line, right? She writes it and then she leaves. Like, this is where Mike Nichols understands how to construct things that get you on the character's side. He doesn't like overextend it in a way that like someone will go, well, I mean, that's a little much. Like, she does just enough to kind of make it justified, doesn't overplay the hand, right? But leading her to Olympia Dukakis, she goes to this kind of maternal, which is the other big thing when we get to Catherine is, and I'd be curious, on our reads on this, because this is one of the criticisms that I've seen from the film from feminists of now, is the kind of warfare between women, right? And that's one of the things, and I read an interesting Guardian piece from like 7 years ago that I found very interesting, because they think that's the film's failure, is that Catherine and Tess can't find some kind of unity within capital, right? To go after it. That's the film's failure, not some of the other things, right? So I find that very interesting, and it's like reappraisal now right? That was like the big criticism. But Catherine ends up being this, she sees her potentially as the person who's going to help get her out. She listens to me. She tells her boyfriend, that played by Alec Baldwin, was also going to talk about his characterization as well, right? She listens to me. She hears me. This idea that she's found a person who's going to help get her out when the men wouldn't do it. But at the end, the men do, which is also funky.
And I think that that's something that was there in that scene in the car. It was also that Melanie Griffith was struggling with cocaine addiction during the shooting of that film, and she went into rehab immediately after. So I think that there was also that kind of us really setting up the context also of the 80s. So of the kind of whole, I mean, that whole scene is just like with him accidentally switching on porn on the limo and being like, oh, there is the office keeps the suit. But there is that dynamic in which the film in a way puts her that in all of her kind of relationships, she's in a way objectified, because just before that is a scene of her surprise birthday party, after which there is a scene of her kind of putting on the sexy lingerie that Mick, her played by Alec Baldwin, her boyfriend put, and she tells him like, for once, get me a sweater or earrings, the present I can wear the outside of the apartment, while he's like also kind of half naked in the under the cover, like naked under the covers, reading Car magazine with Lamborghini on the top. So what I really kind of like appreciated the way that film sets up, in the way that the scene and set design worked and the way it was shot. It really sets up a lot of context to read into the kind of backstories of the characters, the aspirations, without necessarily everything happening on the level of narration or the dialogue. Or so a lot of things are just, if you can kind of read the clues, you can really kind of read. But that also then means that there are some like spatial really inconsistencies, like when in the scene when she goes to Catherine's parents' house, in which she is home, is like a door, and then there is a kind of shabby entranceway, but then as she enters, there is like this humongous apartment with a chandelier that kind of goes up and down, and like this huge Warhol portrait of Catherine. So it's a bit like, wouldn't then they have like that this wouldn't be that would not be an entrance of that apartment.
Yeah. No, that's great. We should pull up. I'll try to find that picture in a minute here. But
I want to say one quick thing to what Dubravka, just to add in. You bring up a really good point about the cocaine and the addiction stuff, because that also adds to, Jared Ball also talks about, you don't watch Malcolm X, you're watching Denzel Washington play Malcolm X, right? And the consistent thing about putting Melanie Griffith in lingerie, and that scene is also saying, we want you to see Melanie Griffith as an Oscar actress, right? Not as just someone who puts it in, a kind of, she's not just someone for you to like look at, which then is ironic because they do it throughout the movie. I mean, there's like the sequence where she's like vacuuming just naked.
No, that's like absolutely unnecessary topless scene with Melanie Griffith. Okay, it's kind of, like it's really the way that it's shot is like through several doors, but like not only she's vacuuming topless, but she's vacuuming topless in high heels, which is just like, wow. I mean, the only kind of, no, there is no saving grace for that, but there is like a fully on objectifying Harrison Ford scene as well, when he, in the most hilarious way, changes in front with all these kind of secretaries, like stopping everything they're working and gasping behind. So There was some gender equality over objectifying. All people are there to be objectified.
Yeah, I'm just showing this one because it's one that's not where you don't see her bare breasts and everything, although you do in the actual scene, but just to give folks the image of her vacuuming in
And
high heels here. And
that's also a very Fassbender shot. That's like so Fassbender, the shooting through the doors. If you watch so many of his films, that's like a shot. Like Ali
I mean, there are some amazing shots with the kind of playing with the mirrors and moving and seeing and all this, which are really saving grace of this film. Is you can watch it on mute, but it's really some the ways in which some of the shots are constructed are really signaling a different type of cinematography.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you all adding all of this too, because I think like sometimes it is a chore, especially when you're taking notes watching, because I watch a little bit, right? And then I pause and I take some notes and stuff like that. And sometimes it is a real chore to do a movie a week, on this show, because you're like, crap, like I need to spend like 4 or 5 hours at least like prepping. And even though I didn't like the movie, it's not like a movie I would ever recommend to somebody or something like that, right? But as I was watching it, and it's also not a style, like, just for people like, my choice in movies is reflected in the bro film choices that we have made along the way. Like, I do not watch romantic comedies if I can absolutely avoid it. But which I can't always, but if I have any say in the matter. But I will say, like, I didn't find it a chore to watch at all. Like it keeps your attention in a lot of ways, right? And I think it is both the visuals plus that, well acted, well written for the large part. Like there's like 1 or 2 scenes where I was like, oh, that was poorly, but for the most part, it is well put together as a film. And so anyway, I just say that. But one other thing that I wanted to mention that we kind of moved over a little bit in the early scenes, right, is you get the first scene where she comes in and she comes right into her office and she has a call, right? And it's one of the guys that she secretaries for, because I think she's sort of like a pool secretary for several different men, right? And he's in the bathroom, right? But it's an urgent call and the person is like not waiting at all. So she has to go into the men's bathroom, right? And like somebody is in the stall, like taking a dump, right? And then and so she's there, she's like looking, she's trying not to look at them. She's like staring at like a pillar or whatever to like not look at them, but she's talking. And the guys are like really like just mean, right? Like this, and this is a trend throughout the film. I mean, even Catherine's character, I would argue, is fairly rude to her, although has a like certain kind of rapport, right? And there's kind of the like, okay, well, she's a woman, so she understands. She's not going to be sexually demeaning in the way that a lot of the men are, right? But she still has, and I mean, you kind of talked about it with her, the way she talks about her clothes and like these kinds of things, right?
Sorry for interrupting, but Catherine is like, oh, sweetie. So there is like the kind of the patronizing kind of, even though we actually through the film reveal that they're the same age, there is like a whole setup in which she's like a kind of this helpless. So I think that's also something that's kind of an arc plays, because it's kind of female bullying is not necessarily as obvious as like the kind of in kind of between gender or this. So I think that there is this kind of really subtle ways in which I think that some of these scenes really gave me like triggered some of my traumas from high school.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 things quickly. So she has to go get like toilet paper also for the guy who's in the stall too, which is like just the grossest sort of, thing that she like quickly gets out of there. Another thing is you're saying that too, Dubravka, that I did see online is that some people read this film as an update of Cinderella, which is interesting, right? And so you get, Tess is Cinderella in this. You have the evil stepsister who is Catherine, right? You have Prince Charming, right, who is Harrison Ford's character, and then they put in this Trask as the fairy godfather in the story. But so I just note that there's like there are those tropes kind of within the film that are sort of manage it, I think, and do kind of hold up to a large degree.
Yeah, and also the Shakespearean trope of you hide off as another person to kind of get around, and then at the end, and is usually the person that you're most deeply connected to, that you're hiding who you really are, is the person you end up with romantically. So like that's the so like they do it with the kind of gender switch with like 12th night and As You Like It in Shakespeare, right? But in this one they do with the kind of the Cinderella thing, but also like just like the changing of like class character, right? The cutting of the hair, you do something major, right? Which also becomes, and that's like the interesting thing about the film, and about the gender coding, right? Of what makes someone less of a woman, and literally and then also more of a woman, right? Because Harrison Ford has a clear line in the middle of the movie we'll get to, is because you see there's like the big hair, right, and the shoulder pads. And I remember those shoulder pads so much because my mother wore those shoulder pads, right? That was a thing in those coats. Because I also have to remember, I actually have to mention, that's where my mother worked for ABC in the 80s. She worked in like middle level stuff, and like this was kind of like a part of what she did, right? Them shoulder pads and the big hair. But one of the big things that Tess does is when she has to kind of switch it is cut her hair, right? And she and the cut of her hair is this thing that goes up. It's less like imposing, right? The shoulder pads go, right? It becomes a more sleek look, right? So this idea of like these like cross sections of what femininity is, but also what femininity is good for the workplace for you to see manly enough, but also woman enough. I mean, it's so convoluted. The more you try to make sense of it, the more you're doing that that meme of the guy like drawing all the different graphs, because it's so convoluted and it's coded for different people, right? Because yeah, exactly. So then she cuts the hair, the earring, you can see the neck, right? The suit. I mean, we should bring in Hillary in a couple of decades, right? And how Hillary then plays on people's consciousness, right? This movie, did some work so Hillary can make it happen, for the folks later, right? But it's a really interesting read on that, and how that kind of also because Catherine becomes the other one too. Because the other thing we start working with Catherine is able to still weaponize her sex appeal, right? There's like the scene with the guy who's like, he's like a drunk dude at the thing, and he has a little like trying to get in her, and she's like, look, I'll do this with you a little bit if you get me, in on the deal. Right. And, it's admired by Tess, this way that she could play these multiple sides. And it's interesting. And when we get to kind of like their final, I'm so curious because like the overall dynamic of it, there's like a lot of like holes that where you can really realize they don't really want to reconcile with what the real contradictions are here.
I'm trying to find a better. Hang on a second. There's a picture. This is like to give folks the kind of hair from Melanie Griffith here, like
and look at all of them in the back too. I mean, like
yeah.
So this scene, like she walks in, and you see the outfits, and like there's a way, if you think spatially, kind of. Dubravka, I'd be curious your thoughts on this, because the shot comes in, and it's like this kind of like nice deep space shot of all the kind of tables, and the women are just like, they're like bustling, and they have them all chatty, right? And I mean, it almost seems like they're at a bar, right? And this is where, like, for me, the class stuff gets very disrespectful in this kind of way. Like, they're chatty, they're kind of, unrefined, all of them, right? And in a way that, like, in the space, because they have all those clothes, it makes the space feel claustrophobic. Like, they have the hair, like, you can't see shit. Like, they're at their desk and they have like all this stuff, and I'm like, I
Well,
can't breathe.
there is also things that why women have to wear more clothes in office spaces, because the average temperature of office spaces, which are air conditioned, as this one is probably, are set up so that they are comfortable for men. So basically, it's a slightly lower temperature than what. So that's why you have like men or women wearing the no. But there are this is the scene. This is the scene from like when they start applauding for Harrison Ford taking on. And then there is a kind of at the very end of the film, there is a scene when they kiss when the kind of whole Catherine, when it kind of gets revealed that the kind of mastermind behind the big deal that's going to save Trask Industries is Tess, and so there is a scene in which they kind of kiss, and then you again see the same office. I thought that these office scenes were really amazing, like super interesting, because it kind of shows that kind of open plan offices. There are women who are chatting up. You really see that then the difference is precisely whether you have an office or you're in this open office. So at the very end, when Tess gets her office, and that's kind of there's a bit of a confusion. It doesn't only end on, it ends on her calling Cynthia to tell her she made it. She has her office, and then there is like scene cuts to Cynthia, who is also a secretary in open plan, stands up and says she has her own office. And that's literally, so it's a question of like how much privacy and real estate you have through your job is really something that kind of sets up who is the more you're valuable to a company, the more you are kind of given real estate within the company. That's why I think that the kind of guys she's kind of working at the beginning are also trying to start kind of climb up the ladder, because they are just sitting on those cram desk behind. I think that first scene when she kind of walks through and carries her box was also really interesting, because there is like you kind of read all the different dynamic that these kind of like mostly women work. There is that chatting up, and like I guess they are recognizing. It's almost like, I don't know, opera or theater setting up of that dramaturg. And then there is a close. I think what I thought was a really smart close-up on the content of her box as she unpacks it, where you can see like she has a dictionary, she has a book about mergers or acquisitions, and she pulls out the photos of like with her boyfriend. And then the follow-up scene when she meets Catherine for the first time, it's shot so that you can, when it's shot like between around the table, so there is shots move. But the shots in which she is kind of, when we see Tess, we also see a photo of on Catherine's desk, which is with her parents, with a really kind of dutiful, good daughter. So I think that these kind of details really set up some of these relationships.
No, that's great. So just narratively in the film for folks, so she gets fired basically, or it's not really fired, right? She's like a temp, or she's a part of like a pool of secretaries, right? Where she can sort of get placed for different jobs. She does get told by Olympia Dukakis's character, basically like, this is going to be your last chance. I've had to move you like 3 times. This is after she writes on the ticker that, you know, Oliver Platt's character has a small dick, basically, is I think the tiny, I think is what she says, but and that he's a pimp, right? And so yeah, she just sort of walks out, right? She goes to this woman and get replaced. Also, we should just note for folks who may not know this, Olympia Dukakis is a cousin of Michael Dukakis, who was running for president of the United States in the same year that this film comes out. So that's just important context as well, right? But so Olympia Dukakis places her then with another boss. She doesn't tell her, right, that it's a woman. So her presumption, of course, is that she's going to work for another man, because I think she just tells the last name of Catherine's character. And then, she comes in, she realizes that it is a woman. You get the kind of, as Dubravka says, or maybe you said this, to me. Catherine is actually, I think, a week or two younger, or no, yeah, younger, right, than Melanie Griffith's character Tess. But she's already achieved all of this, right? She clearly comes from a different kind of class background, all of this. But Tess is immediately kind of drawn. One, she's happy that she's not gonna, even though she kind of is comfortable, I guess, with a certain amount of abuse, I would say, because I do think Catherine's character also sort of abuses her as an assistant. She's not going to get the crap that she's been getting from these sleazeball men, basically, that treat her as a sexual object, right? So, like, it's kind of the moving away from, at least by her boss, this kind of objectification to just like, yeah, you got to do like the crappy grunt work that I don't want to do. Like, you have to carry the dim sum around, and even though it's like steaming in your hair, because I gotta, what does she say? There's some line about like, I'm the star or something. Do you remember?
I can't remember the line. I know what you're
she
saying.
said, I'd love to help you, but you can't be seen as a quarterback if you're passing around Gatorade.
Right.
That's it.
It's actually a really good line.
I mean, as lines go, there are like some in this film which are, I think what was interesting is the way that I just love, like, we enter into her office and she has like a full-on weightlifting thing, like a old school, like a gym. So and like, it's a corner office. It has this incredible view to the Statue of Liberty. So there is like all the kind of like the office. Catherine's office is really, you made it.
Yeah.
And then it has these kind of fossil skulls, animal prints. So there are all these gyms. So there are all these ways in which it really is kind of that it really sets up this high power, like you have to work on. I mean, because I think that what is also happening in this film, for many characters, Tess especially, but also Catherine, is this kind of self-improvement, the improvement. You have to improve yourself, this kind of a, colonial, I mean, for me, as like a spatial theorist, improvement, there is this whole kind of thinking around like the ways improvement is used to kind of create private property and to dispossess and everything. But this is like the way of like how improvement becomes this, you continuously have to improve yourself in order to, I guess, become an individuated drone. But so you really see this, that there is the gym thing in an office, and then there is like a proto peloton in her home. So it's kind of, it's not easy even if you are born on the ladder high up. You have to continuously improve yourself.
Yeah, like spatially, like in terms of like cinematics, it is like you get this packed office. So when you get to Catherine, like you said, you get those open windows, you literally breathe better. It literally feels like you go into Catherine's office and you go, which is really intoxicating, right? Because it kind of shows you where Tess is. She's breathing better. She's not in this kind of claustrophobic thing. And then what really, to me, this is where the film does something that I find really like suspicious, to the point of like being really insidious. Because if you listen to what Catherine does, and even what Tess does, it's the same kind of Gordon Gekko stuff, right? What does Gordon Gekko tell Charlie Sheen? Information. You got to go out and get info, right? But they do it that, like, Charlie Sheen's breaking into stuff and grabbing stuff. It's the same idea, right? You have to have information. The person who is attached to the information, they will know everything. And this is Tess's special extra ability. She's like an information hog. She reads page 6. She knows all the little details of everything, right? Even beyond Catherine. Like Catherine's actually just not as strong, right? Mm-hmm.
But I think, but that's also the kind of the class kind of diff, because
Yes.
like Catherine would never allow herself to kind of read the Post yet. Like the kind of the redeeming quality of being a trashy Staten Island white working class person is, you can actually connect the dots. But there is another parallel with Gordon Gekko. There is this whole, in this first scene when they introduce each other, and then Catherine saying, we are the two-way street, we are the team. There is this whole about how do you dress. So, so this time is not Brioni custom-made suit, but it is the whole, like, because she basically says perception people have of me is mediated through you. So you have to, so these are the rules. And she really says, I consider us a team test, and as such we have a uniform. Simple, elegant, impeccable. And she quotes Coco Chanel, dress sharply, and they notice the dress impeccably, and they notice a woman. And then kind of Melanie, like Tess asks her, and how do I look? And she says, you look terrific, but you might want to rethink the jewelry.
And she's not looking at her when she says it.
No.
She doesn't look at her. She's like on the computer. She doesn't look at her. And like, that is some slick shit right there.
And then you kind of, and then there's this scene in which like she kind of like Tess hides her.
Yeah. So I agree with all that. There's the like kind of moving towards where we get to like kind of the next sort of segment of action, right? So you get and feel free to fill in anything that I missed, but you get the scene with where Tessa's in the office. Catherine has another woman there who I don't know if they clarified, but it's like a colleague basically or whatever. And it's sort of the idea is like this person knows how you plan an event for Catherine and is going to give you kind of like, this is what you need to do. You reach out to this company, we put this together, right? And this is the cocktail party basically that Catherine wants to throw. It's a business function, just to be, for folks, but it's like schmoozing, right? With other, money and dealers and all this kind of stuff. And so Tess has the idea to do dim sum, right? Which is also very 80s, right? Of like, this new thing, out there. We could have dim sum at the party, right? And so that it kind of gives the early seeds too of one, like Tess's competence, right? Like, okay, she can do this. She doesn't actually need this other person, but also she's kind of that information point you guys made, right? Like she's kind of in touch with certain things. She kind of knows like what's trendy or new or different, right? That might set things apart rather than just doing the same old thing, right? That folks have known. And that's kind of central to what's supposed to be her secret sauce, I think, as a character, right? Is that she is in touch enough with kind of what's going on, right? And again, this is a part of like her, someone in the chat mentioned salt of the earth earlier when you were talking about M2 made like these ideas of sort of white working class people, right? Is that she kind of knows what people are into, right? She's reading, she's paying attention, and it's not just the same old thing that these businesses have been doing and these capitalists have been doing. It can insert something new, right? That will be a conversation piece or, that kind of thing, right? Which sets up later when she brings Catherine the deal, right? Which is kind of the next big idea.
But here there is also this kind of like, it's all really like every woman for herself. Is that like she said, I read in W, and then this other woman says, you read W, and then kind of Tess says, I read many things, you don't know where a big idea might lie. And then they said, like, if dumplings are considered to be the idea. I mean, and then it kind of cuts to kind of her steamed face, and I'm like, she probably hated having that big idea, because it's also just like not sophisticated way to move dumplings around. But
that's also just so Gecko. It's so Gordon Gecko. That line from Tess is a Gecko line. It essentially is that you never know where the big ideas lay, right? And it's because what's the whole thing with Bud Fox is he eventually finds Gecko this idea that Gecko would never find because Bud Fox comes from a more middle class existence, so there's a lower to the ground thing now. And it's so interesting to see how these tropes get established and then they just get kind of worked, right? Because like after this and then Working Girl and like you go to the 90s, it is literally a functional trope that exists for lots of movies after.
Yeah, I just reading out Steven's comment too. Dim Sum is also the only Asian character in the film, I think. Kind of like the Peking duck from A Christmas Story. Yeah.
Beside the big scary Japanese takeover.
The Japanese who kind of hover in the movie.
That's right.
Which is kind of the geniusness of this idea is that basically it solves the problem of the fear of Japanese takeover. So there is no so that's I think that's kind of it's again this kind of firmly like 80s trope of these films. Even though there is also very interesting, I mean, we can go the way that she kind of tries to chat up Trask when she kind of lists his initial, like, would he decide? And then he basically says, like, introduce Japanese management. So, which kind of lower the power of union. So there is this kind of a whole, like, fascination with Japanese management, which actually is product of imposition of U.S. kind of on Japan after Second World War. But you have, like, I think that one of the big tropes in the whole kind of post-Second World War spatial space is basically this transformation of office space and like introduction of open plans and efficiency and it's also really connected to the shift to material labor as something that becomes like, you know, like the fictitious capital and all this. So that really gets really kind of developed. I mean, in the 80s, all of the tropes are actually almost there. So in a way, all of these spaces are firmly sitting into what is expected. But this is also kind of process of transformation, which then when we get to when the deal is signed, we get that this looks like much more as an old school, wood-paneled, dark, smoky room that is so it's so everything is kind of layered here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's set up the deal. So, and then if there was something, you know, in between that y'all wanted to step on or touch on, we can. But so, you know, Tess basically comes to Catherine, right? And, you know, she feels like there's a little bit more of a trusting relationship. This is after she's had the dim sum idea, which goes over well at the cocktail party. You know, some passage of time, you know, all of that. And she basically has this idea that Trask Industries, which it's not totally clear, I don't think in the film what the base of their wealth came from. But they're this big, like Fortune 500 type company, right? Led by this guy Orrin Trask, who's, you know, the figurehead or the, you know, it's obviously historically a family firm, right? And that they've been trying to buy a television network and for several years or cycles at least, right? Quarters. And that it never goes through. They can't get the deal through. It's not really, I don't think, made clear why that's the case. But conversely, they're also dealing with Japanese firms trying to buy them out, basically like hostile takeover. It almost is. I think Frame does in the film. And she has the idea that, well, if they're interested in getting into media, right, they might also think about a radio network, and they could buy that up. And if they did, then FCC regulations would prevent the Japanese firms from buying them up, because FCC regulations prohibit foreign capital from owning U.S. Media infrastructure, right? And so she brings it to Catherine, and Catherine is sort of like, that's interesting, kind of thing. But then she's also sort of like, she's immediately insinuating that, did you hear it in the elevator? Like, did you get it from somebody else? Like, it can't be your idea. But then when Tess like kind of reaffirms and explains sort of like a little bit of how she came up with it, reading, different newspaper articles and all of this, that she's like, okay, have you told anybody else about it? And she's like, no. And so she's like, all right, well, just keep it between us. But, I'll push it forward, see what we can do with it. And, it's a two-way street, right? So if I make this happen, it'll benefit you as well. And that's kind of as much as you get in the initial. Is there anything you all would want to add on that particular interaction or scene? I know we get kind of skiing is sort of, but yeah.
The other thing is like, is the pep talk moment there when she gives Tess the pep talk. That is to me really important, because one of the things that it's like Tess understands, like, she accepts the hierarchy and the hierarchical situation that exists because she's an information person. So she's like, Catherine has essential information. She's a woman in this position, so she must have good qualities because of all the horrible, ness that can happen to women. And if she's gotten this far, there must be something essentially special about her, which is, like, to me, in that kind of thing, a really smart calculation on Tess's part. And then Catherine takes that. She like can feel that. So she's constantly like giving her affirmations, right? And there's this moment where you can see, and like I said, it kind of goes back to where Melanie Griffith plays Tess in this like really sensitive way. She's not weepy, but she's like, you can tell there's like a gentleness to her consistently. And Catherine like peeps that, right? And she has this whole thing of like, who makes it happen? I do. Right. And what I'm going to say is the thing that's funky about that sequence is Weaver is essentially right in the logic of this film, that she makes it happen. This is about how I make it happen. Right. Like this, it's like, she can take the information that Catherine has, but just do it better because she has these other qualities that are, when she kind of makes this synthesis with Trask and Jack, right? Harrison Ford's character, when they make this kind of like triumvirate, right? They all have these essential characteristics that in this like epoch of capital are really more closely aligned. The Catherines are actually the out people. They shouldn't be there anymore, right? This is the kind of like trifecta that works, right? Because not to go too far ahead, the reason why he says he likes her go-getterness. Are you gonna go get these things? So like you see this setup of like the long kind of arc Nichols is trying to do with the film, right? Of setting up that, yes, what Weaver is doing is a total manipulative thing. And she's ethically and morally far lower. She's really like I'm thinking about it, I'm asking a question, is maybe Alec Baldwin's the other ethically fucked up person in the film. And her two previous bosses. But like, as far as a big character, right? Like Weaver is the unethical one. Right, she is the one with like the really low morals in that kind of way, right? So she speaks these kind of, but she has these little truths that exist, right? But Tess is able to interpret them in the right way because of her, her good moral stock.
But that scene actually is at the very end of the skiing scene. So when she kind of gets, which is also becomes interesting because it's kind of the boundary between like her giving her kind of mentoring her as a kind of her boss, but also because the whole context in which it also appears is also in the how she's sure she's gonna have her partner propose. Is that so? It's kind of blurring the boundaries between the like girlfriend or a boss, and like. But she really says it. Watch me, Tess. Learn from me.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one point on the plot that I do think is really interesting, particularly because this show is Imperial 80s, right? Is that what they're trying to do is create a larger monopoly with control also of radio within the US, and to prevent Japanese diluting or purchasing of American capital and assets, right? So like in a very strict imperialist sense, even from a financial level and thinking about monopoly, like this movie is perfect, right? Because the end goal that Tess is pushing forward is like a real like Lenin definition of imperialism in a lot of ways, and in kind of warding off inter-imperial rivalry, right, between Japanese big capital and their ability with their monopolies now to invest in foreign countries, right, which is also a big part of how imperialism functions, right, is that as you get this extra profits and so on, that they can then be invested in another country and control things there as well. And so I just wanted to say that quickly because I do think it's really interesting, because even though of course this film, there's one reference actually, I mean there's Nicaragua, right, that comes up at the party, and not wanting to be too political, which we could maybe say that a little bit when we get there. But there's basically, other than that, there's really no references to wars, to conflicts, etc. Like the conflict with Japan is not framed in a World War II or a Vietnam way, in the way that some of these other movies that we've talked about in the 80s it is, right? It's strictly just really about a deal, right? Getting a deal and making some money for these characters. But yet I do think that's important.
And Germany is just a holiday destination, or Austria, but I guess the Germany, it's like most of the skiing happens in Austria, not necessarily in Germany. That's where most of the Alps are. But I think that there is one thing that's also like, this is, if you think like Pretty Woman is 2-3 years later. And the whole thing that Richard Gere's character is about chopping up companies. That's his job, of like making money out of chopping. And there is like, he chops off his father, a strange father company with the kind of the gusto. And here there is still of this kind of a little bit older kind of, it's also about keeping the company, not just maximizing the profit for those who are involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get later too, like one of her solutions for one of the problems that comes up is to do a stock buyback too, which is also like is a form, for people who don't know, it's like way companies like make their stock price go up just by investing cash on hand basically in the company's own stock, right? Which is just wild. But anyway. So we get skiing next, right? Like that's where do you want to?
Yeah.
Dubravka, you can lead us on that.
I mean, just before the skiing scene, there is a short scene in Staten Island where she's like enthusiastically, here and Mick are walking in like dark street. He is carrying a huge pizza box and she's carrying a grocery bag, and she's like super enthusiastically saying how like she's finally having someone to mentor her, and she tells him, you'd hate this, but I think because she's being seen because she's a woman. And he is and he basically tells her, steps in front of him enthusiastically and tells him this, and he's like, honey, pizza is going to freeze. And and then she's like, suggests maybe we can sometimes have a dinner in the city, which is again this kind of idea: the good things only happen in the city. You can't go to a dinner in Staten Island, and that. So I think it's really setting up this, what does she wants to run away from, and kind of bootstrap her out. And then it kind of really cuts into the scene in which, like, we just see like a red skiing booth and a person helping one person, and you hear Catherine saying, "Do you remember when it was all it took was a buckle?" And then you realize this is like fully setting up the class difference between two of them, because obviously it's something kind of fully foreign for Catherine. And then they set up this conversation between two of them, because Tess failed to get Catherine the room she wants in the holiday resorts she wants to go. And she tells her that the only place she got her was like in a new wing, ground floor single room. And Catherine says, "Did you tell them it was about me? It was for me." So which is this? And then she phones up, talks in German, chit-chats, and kind of gets like, asks for like, ist es möglich, 3% zu bekommen? So she really kind of does this, and she then describes it's a kind of a perfect room for what she thinks is going to be a proposal. And I was like, I love this scene mostly because of the most cheesy kind of reason, because I realized when they move into, and you see the skis, is like it's Elan, which is this really kind of iconic Yugoslav, now Slovenian manufacturer of skis. Though in 2015, after the kind of Slovenian government against EU, Vichy's bailed them out in 2012, it still got kind of, so now it's a part of international consortium. And the first thing that they did is stopped making jumping skis, which obviously don't sell as much, but considering the role of ski jumping in Slovenia and also kind of Yugoslavian, then Slovenian imaginary was a big kind of stabbing into the heart of, like, privatization stabs Slovenes in the heart. And it had actually that really kind of partisan origin story, that it was founded in 1945 as an initiative of partisans, when the kind of this Ninth Corpus in October 44 gave an order to create a ski making workshops to really kind of be able to kind of fight against German units on Bled, which is a mountainous lake in Slovenia. So it was like really, like skiing was totally like coded into, especially Slovenian, but also all Yugoslav DNA. It did have some kind of, like, of course, class connotation. It was mostly middle and upper class, but it was because the Yugoslavia, through this self-management, had the kind of holiday resorts, both in the summer holidays in the seaside, but also in the winter. So factories which were societally owned. So Yugoslavia had this third category of property. It was about so most of economy was socially owned, and kind of socially managed. This was this concept of withering away of the state. So then part of this building up housing, but also a lot of kind of everyday infrastructure was really through direct connection of people's labor in the factories and institutes and stuff. So then you actually have you have the growth of holiday spaces, which are either in spas or mountains or like next to the lakes or on the coast, mostly in relation to that logic. With time, also tourism, especially on the kind of coast then of Adriatic, it goes into the tourism towards package holidays, especially in Germany, and skiing to certainly. So basically, so many of the people, I haven't, but like so many people grew up skiing. Also, you would go with an elementary school. So there is this ways in which skiing was not seen. It was not it was not. I mean, Yugoslavia had problems with class. It never kind of succeeded, but it was definitely much more widely present in a society than it is now, or especially in the context of the US, in which this really is a situation. And then what was for me, and then this 1980s actually were the moment, the second half of 80s was when Yugoslav economy was trying to kind of promote itself in the US a lot. So I actually tried to find, but I couldn't find anything about like who went this, who did this, was responsible for this product placement, but it was the ways in which Yugoslav economy tried to make itself visible in the US. There is a New York Times feature about Energoprovis construction company I was writing about in 1983. Roger Moore skis on Ellen skis in A View to a Kill from 85, James Bond. And then there is the most famous product placement, which is Yugo, which is this kind of car, 45, which I think Bruce Willis drives in Die Hard 3. And then, which kind of came with this kind of whole kind of set of advertisements. And that film, Who Killed Mona, actually has the whole, like, it's kind of the setup in a small town, which was the testing town for Yugo. So everybody drives Yugo in the. Yugo it was made by the kind of, it was kind of designed in collaboration with Fiat. And it was the first car I drove, and as everyone. So this was this kind of a period in which, as a response to that kind of economic crisis, Yugoslavia was also trying to also become much more of an exporting country and not just importing. So these type of product placements were really interesting. But I was really thinking, watching this, how that this scene would actually be really, and then also the way that she speaks in German, of course, because the more affluent people would not ski in Serbia or Slovenia, they would go to Austria or Switzerland. And then when we go to the scene, because so that's the whole thing, and then she starts skiing and has a ski accident and ends up in hospital. That was also the period.
The most hilarious scene in the whole movie, though, is like, I mean, first of all, Sigourney is tall, right? Like this is like this very tall red suit, and she just skis like a little bit, and then she just flies off a fucking cliff, and you're just like, oh my god!
And apparently, the scene was shot in New Jersey, so no proper Alps. But what is also really interesting is that, in that scene in the party, when Sigourney is kind of chatting with that man and flirting and using it, she has a red dress, and then in this, when she's discussing kind of potential engagement, she has these red boots, and then now she's like fully dressed in red. So there is this kind of a moment in which she steps out of this subdued hues as a kind of businesswoman into the color when she actually needs to deploy her feminine. But I also really kind of appreciated there is this scene because it's so set up spatially, like there is a suitcase there, because also like she's flying tomorrow and she's only now booking a place. But there is a suit, like why would she even have all this equipment in the office? But then even the suitcase is there, and the suitcase has like a really prominent Lufthansa sticker. So I think that there is this kind of a whole, I don't know if this was kind of Lufthansa paying money, but there is, I think, a lot of this exoticism of what is available for her that is totally, and then like describing of this room that she really wants to have. It's like pulled bed, like bed with a working fireplace. So it's really kind of making palpable the desire, what aspiration of the film.
Yeah. It's interesting, like these like succession of scenes from the pizza to the scene of the Alps to, and it all leading up to when she discovers that Catherine basically has stolen her idea, is you get these kinds of like knocks on Tess, like they kind of like, so like they, when she's with her boyfriend, played by Alec Baldwin, and at some point I want to talk about how he plays this, like, you know, class guy. It's such a bad acting school thing. It's really fucking bad. But this idea that Staten Island is like this dead end people place, like they're going to be stuck in this time forever, and they know it. They're willing, they want to do this, but Tess is above that. She's not this person who wants to be in this perpetual, stuck in time existence that Staten Island is about. She gives us all these shots of her always looking, right? Everyone, they don't look, right? You never see a shot of Alec Baldwin's looking across, the Hudson, right? He doesn't do that, but she does. She's always looking at the city. She needs to be there. She's always connected, but they always constantly smack her thoughts, right? And bring her down. And then she gets to her boss, the same kind of thing happens, right? Because the way Catherine shows Tess that Tess is below her is very slick, right? So Tess tells her that I couldn't get you the thing. She doesn't do the how dare you idiot thing, right? Which would kind of be like a trope in the movie. She just kind of gives her a look, but inside the look is it's why you don't send her to do this job, right? She goes in there and she does in her face very performatively with this shot, canted shot where you get to look at Sigourney Weaver, who also, we have to remember, is tall, is a very tall actress. She's known for that. And you get her in all of the language, speaking German with all of its verve, right? And you get that, and it's another way of demeaning Tess, right? And it's like this long road of demeaning. Dubravka, you were going to say something to that.
Yeah, and then Tess is sitting on a trunk, so she's also even lower than her. So there is kind of a whole kind of way that she's towering over, first sitting and towering and being I think that whole sequence is really like blow after the blow. But what is interesting. So basically, Catherine calls her up from the Alps, and she's in this kind of hospital room, and she says, "Oh, I had an accident. Now I'll have to be a couple of weeks here." And then gives her a list of all the plating, to RSVP to the party invitations from taking care of her home. When then Tess goes into her home, and which is full on of class markers and interiors, and then there is this she basically finds a small tape recorder that Catherine uses to leave herself notes, and starts to use it to learn how to speak, to practice speaking. So which what was it was such a kind of, considering what she's doing, and she really wants to still emulate her, is really kind of painful scene.
Yeah. Well, and that's also when she finds out that Catherine has stolen her plan, right? Because she gets the voice note, as she's listening to her to practice, her speech. She hears Catherine has left a voice note to herself on basically taking the deal, and then she finds it on her computer as well.
And the note really says, "Don't go through Tesswood for this." So it's kind of really kind of.
Yeah. And the other important thing to point out with that, Jay, is that she tells Tess previously that they don't want it, that she's looked at it and it doesn't work. So basically, but keep bringing me ideas. Basically, it's really the subtext is that this person has good ideas. I'm never going to give her credit, so I need her to keep giving it to me so I can get my money, right? And then I'll just fire her if she gets mad.
Right. And at this point too, it's quite clear that Tess wants Catherine's life at this point. So there's this complicated thing where she knows that Catherine is stealing her idea, and it's not the two-way street that Catherine, told her it was. But because Catherine is now laid up in the hospital with doctors and male nurses all feeling her up or whatever, and she's of course inviting that on in terms of that's how her character behaves in the movie, is there's this desire, like, she's now in her spaces, living in her spaces,
Wearing
and
her clothes,
wearing her clothes.
putting on her perfume. I mean, immediately in that first scene, when she goes first, she's like touching her furniture, kind of caressing her furniture. Then she tries on her sits on her desk, tries on her makeup. So there is this kind of do the kind of weird Peloton like. So she's really kind of trying. He's really trying to kind of enter into her. To her footsteps, but the hospital scene is interesting because the hospital scene would speak a bunch to people watching this film in the late 80s, because at that time there was a super popular TV series coming from Germany called the Schwarzwald Clinic, the Black Forest Clinic, which was ran for 3. I don't know if it was kind of shown in the US, but it was basically a medical, a hospital drama set in Black Forest, with all the kind of intrigues and all the kind of rich people clinic, private hospital vibe. So that was hugely popular TV series in the 80s, together with Dynasty in Yugoslavia. So in a way, and maybe because the cinematographer knew very well the kind of German scene, that whole kind of really signals towards that trashy German television, which was in a way trying to put, at that time still was trying to, countries were trying to make their own kind of, it was not only about kind of getting US shows and syndicating, but really also trying to develop television, national television.
Yeah. One thing, just quickly back to the skiing thing for a second. I mean, I do think in the US, right, going to ski in the Alps, right, is a huge class signifier. So I mean, and some of this is different to versus Europe because of the ease of travel and things like that, right? In the United States, I grew up actually in an area where there is a there's a mountain near where I grew up called Mount Ashland that people would go to, and it's not like a destination, it's not like one of these top US resorts, right? So a lot of my friends that their parents worked in factories and stuff like that, they would get a ski pass or whatever and go skiing. So it's also the class dynamics around skiing in the US, I think, are really tied to location and also to this kind of resort culture. Another place, people go to Aspen, right? There are certain places where if you ski at these specific places, it is absolutely a class marker. And I mean, it's true that just the equipment and everything is definitely a barrier. But I had friends who would just go and rent skis and go skiing once a year at the local resort. And because it's not, one of the big differences is if you don't have to pay to travel somewhere, right? You don't have to pay to, then all you're paying is your lift tickets or whatever, right? Or your lift tickets plus your rentals or whatever. And so there are ways, even in the United States, where there are kind of these tiers, but going to ski in the Alps, with these fancy skis and all this gear and stuff like that, right? It is very much, I mean, it's funny you mentioned, James Bond, A View to a Kill. Is that because I remember that skiing scene so well in that movie? We have to do that movie, by the way, too, just as British imperialism from the 80s, but and to talk about Bond just in general. But yeah, anyway, so I just wanted to add that piece on the skiing, because I do think her going to the Alps, and then that the weird hospital scene, and the whole thing, and she's just sort of I'm going to be laid up here for a few weeks, right? Which is also a very long time to be in a hospital for a broken bone, and yeah. So anyways.
But you also get this sense with Catherine, they started establishing this sense with Catherine that she's someone who pretty much rests on her laurels. You begin to question actually Catherine's real acumen at business. She what Catherine has that Tess doesn't have is the social norms understanding. She gets how to do the thing. Tess doesn't understand any of the coding. So if Tess can just get that coding, she's literally the perfect capitalist. Like, she's the perfect petty bourgeois manager for big capital. Like, she is the dream that they need, but she's been barred from these essential features of development for herself. And then it gets interesting because like the next scene after she figures out that Catherine has stolen the idea and is like pursuing it, you get this like, you know, they keep playing with like the sensitivity, right, of it, and she's like really like low in a low period, and then they couple that with her finding that her boyfriend has cheated on her, and Alec Baldwin, right? And I'll say it now to kind of like do it, like the way Alec Baldwin plays this character is a thing that is so tropish of Hollywood. This idea of the kind of working people. He has like the bad, like, you can tell Alec Baldwin went to theater school, right? He went to grad acting school doing his thing. He's doing it, right? But he still has to show you that he's like a really good actor, because when he yells, he really still has the kind of like the range, like he's on stage. And I'm like, bro, what the hell is this? It's so confused, right? And he probably is the biggest piece of like artifice that doesn't work in the movie to me. It's just it's like I get it, but it's like it's totally kind of just shabby, right? But yeah, like she walks home because like there's this trope that they already kind of, not trope, there's like device that they set up when she walks in, when like her birthday surprise, he's like in the door. So this time when she opens the door, the surprise is another woman is on, and it's funny because the woman's reaction is not, oh my God. It's basically like,
what did you expect? In a sense, like what, like you've been like on the road of this self-improvement. What did you expect? Which is
right.
In a way the kind of a narrative around that. But then there is also this, like she's really like, there are this kind of one of the scenes of like Tess sitting and gazing into nothing while she was there. It's like that's a kind of a repeated trope in various different pensive scenes. And then like, she gets catcalled while walking on that same dark street, which is the same dark street as they kind of, when they carry pizza, she gets kind of catcalled. And then she goes, and then that's kind of a hilarious when he kind of comes around. And he's also a little bit, why did you expect? You're constantly self-improving yourself. So there is, and then he runs out and says, come back and hit me, please. Because in a way, her stiff upper lip, I mean, I do kind of,
yeah, I mean,
I am talking from London, so he's like, he doesn't even know how to deal with her. Like, she already transcended class because she doesn't create a tantrum. She's dealing with this in a dignified way, and he can't handle that. That's what he can't handle.
Right. She doesn't throw the dishes, right? She doesn't go in and say, how dare you? It's Griffith doing literally the opposite every time. She like literally says, you know, she lets him know that this is wrong, right? But she doesn't yell at him. She doesn't break the dishes. She doesn't, you know, grab the woman's hair or anything like that. She doesn't get into that. And he wants that affirmation, right? That's a really great point. Because she's and it's Nichols in them really letting you know that Tess isn't of this world. She's like she was born in the world, but like she wasn't supposed to really be born there. She was supposed to be born where she eventually ends up by the end of the movie. This is her natural space, right? And this kind of thing with her boyfriend cheating and finding out her boss isn't who she thinks it is, it kind of like releases her to basically do what her boss says. You make it happen. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. She really goes into kind of being like, I'm stop being nice. I'm not gonna and then what that become, and then again is that, so she goes through all this, and then there is a shot of lit up dark nightscape of shining office buildings of downtown, New York. As that's where the really foggy Dana footage of Staten Island. She's now sitting in Catherine's office, so she's not only in her home, she's sitting in the office, she's pensively looking at the kind of Staten Island. But there is really the light at the end of the tunnel is the success, being successful in the city, and the outside of this darkness of Staten Island.
Yeah, and you also begin to see, so when Tess does is she knows this is when Jack really gets kind of introduced into the movie, right? And you begin to see her do the new character, which then what they really want to do with the film is this new thing that she puts on is actually the real her. What she's been this whole time is actually not the real her. It's like her whole life leading up to this hasn't really been the real her. So this refinement actually like unlocks her actuality. So you begin to see her play with like the vocal tricks, right? And you get to see like she uses some of the old vocal stuff to kind of get in through the door, but to set up the meeting, right, she uses like a new voice.
Oh yeah, right? And those are really great when she kind of starts, and then we get this screen kind of close up on the computer screen where there is like kind of ID of Jack Traynor, that he's divorced and like Harvard Business School and all this, which is just like thinking like, which database has this? Like what kind of a thing there is?
The Imperial Social Club database.
And then it's a cut on the chandelier. Like then she's with Cynthia in Catherine's home, and they look there's kind of an organ music type, and the chandelier goes up and down, and Cindy's like, "What is this thing you're going? Like it's all about what is it for?" And it's like, I guess for cleaning, that you have to lower it up and down. And she's like trying Catherine's wardrobe, cuts her hair, gets into a shock that the dress with the label on it is like $6,000 dollars, which I checked, it's $17,000 in today's money.
Wow.
Yeah.
She almost hyperventilates.
Yes. Yeah.
And the dress is so expensive, right? And like it's sewing. Like those things always have this idea also that like poor people really understand value. And like I really hate that shit, right? Like she's like, oh my God, I can't handle it. It's so much. So then, which is what they set up a kind of like a long series of things for the film. She takes a Valium. Her friend, Joan Cusack, says, we'll take a Valium, right? And it'll kind of relax you. And, you know, you'll be able to kind of go to this party. Because this is where she's going to go to the party where Jack is, to kind of meet him before the meeting that she set up for like the next morning.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's a party for a merger. But this is also scene in which kind of Cynthia is, you know, it's kind of the class. The working class is also set up, oh, no, they can't actually show you support and solidarity, because there is this dialogue between them when she's asking, what is this thing? Are you going to anyway, the closing party for some merger? While she's trying to, and then she says, how did you get this snatch her invite? And Tess says, it's time for me to start interacting with people, not as her secretary. And this Cynthia says, but as her total imposter. Which I think it's something that shows, for me, the way I read this was also that today this would not be at all like that. Now it's like this hustle mentality really became something that is integrated into kind of what is the neoliberals kind of individuated subjectivity. So that idea that you just do whatever it takes is much more accepted. And it would be really seen as a strategy that working class has to do, because later she does say she has to do anything she needs in order to become visible and heard. But in this context, it also shows the morality of this morality of the working class, which also is this idea that, you know, they are happy where they are. they should not, there is no that so they, you know, so they're happy what they're happy with their culture, which we are gonna kind of laugh at, and but that's their which effectively diffuses capacity for class struggle, because it's and this is something that I've been thinking a lot since moving to UK 5 years ago. And now officially, well, a week ago, I got approved my indefinite leave to remain, which is a permanent residency. So I'm like, I've passed my life in the UK test. I'm kind of checked that I'm integrated. So I've been thinking a lot the ways in which what is celebrated in a way, like through what is the true kind of true desire of the working class is staying within the working class. But also staying without that idea of like bad culture, bad food, bad, you know, so and not that the kind of old Soviet or what, you know, Yugoslav principle, you know, factory workers would maybe like symphony, they just don't have access to it. So let's just bring symphonic orchestra, because who is to say what actually is the kind of high culture versus low culture, and that actually there is culture. So in this context, you really see this also plays out in ways in which she's not questioning her desire to aspire to become to write. She's questioning her desire not as we need to get them down, we need to kind of, this system is broken. No, you are abandoning us. And we are really happy. And then you have those, like the scene of the wedding, the scene of the engagement party, the gifts and everything. You really see, oh, okay, so she's a stranger here because she's actually should be happy with this.
Yeah, I appreciate that so much. And it connects to, I think, one of the films with some of the most insidious class politics of the 90s that is often lifted up as though it has good class politics, which is Good Will Hunting, because the what you're talking about, right, is a similar dynamic there, which there are two possibilities shown for working class people. Both cases they're white, both cases they're, you know, kind of ethnicized and have, you know, have a strong accent, right? This is another thing I thought about watching this film too. Like part of what she's learning to try to learn how to speak is to learn how to lose that New York accent, right? And this is, you know, all the people in Staten Island have this very strong kind of, you know, 80s New York accent. And the people in Manhattan don't. They speak like people on television, right? Like that's the kind of, you know, distinction. And, but, you know, the two choices, like you say, like you lay out there, and I think you said it so well, it's so important to understand, are that you can either remain with the working class, stay an assistant, or, you know, be comfortable with this, like, you know, without social mobility, but then have your community go to the weddings on Staten Island where people wear the sea green, you know, dresses and, you know, and the big hair and everything else. Have your friends, right? So it's about friendship and place, kind of, as the opposite argument, the kind of moral, like you said, pull of working class to this working class, their peers, right? It's social, but it's not, there is no sense of class struggle. So it's not that the other friends are like, hey, like we need to unionize, we need to organize, we need to enter into a, you know, a different type of labor, because this financial labor is really just in this kind of, the only opportunity is to be treated like shit, or to kind of rise among the ranks and take your own slice of the pie. And so Tessa's aspiration is like, I want an office. You know, it is like, I want the Sigourney Weaver, Catherine, you know, type of existence. I want to be the person that helps this huge capitalist corporation make this deal to get some money, you know, for myself. But there, and this is the tension between her and the Staten Island crew, is that they're comfortable with where they are, which again is seen as backwards, right, within the film ultimately. Even if they have good character in certain ways, although I would say like Alec Baldwin's character, it kind of represents that that's fake, right? Because he he sleeps with her,
But at
yeah, go ahead.
times they do resurrect him, though. There's a
Yeah,
way
well,
they
they try
still
to.
give him a kernel, even in how Tess responds to him, right? Because her biggest anger is that her friends don't support her, and that also that he can't understand that she needs to break away from this, right?
Right.
But they do the thing at the end of the film that I got my business, I did this, right? But these people are like you've both been saying, working class existence is an existence of stasis. It's not social progress, right? And Tess literally, for us as an audience, is to be seen as the definition of social progress, right? She is what the new Jerusalem, brings. I got it. Christ, I gotta say it, right? It can invoke that if you want to kind of bringing those kinds of feelings, right? She's a prophet, right? She's a Joan of Arc, right? Something like that. She is someone who will rise up, right? And you get that invoked. Yeah, it's. I'll say one last thing on this, like. It just makes you think about where we were in the 80s, that part of the 80s here in the States. Because if you think coming out of the 70s, even if you were a liberal, you had to have some kind of awareness that there was a struggle happening, right? Right. Whether what you felt about it, but by the 80s, there was this largely from many groups that the struggle is over in terms of any kinds of organizing with that type of stuff. If you were even thinking about it, the struggle that you will have is against how can you find your own personal things that make you individually special and weave that into the system of old. Because like when you get to like, so you're with Jack, right? When you get Jack into the film, which we meet at the party, Jack represents like kind of like this bridge character. That's what I began to kind of see, right? He's the Harvard guy. You don't really, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you get too much exact about how he got there. Like, I don't think we really hear it, but it's suggested that he has some kind of, definitely by the end, that he doesn't judge so much, right? That like you can give him the benefit of the doubt to a degree, right? But he definitely also is not big capital, right?
No,
He's
and
still in
I
a
was
tenuous position.
yeah, and there's a later that scene in which actually at the end of when they meet, and then she kind of the volume and tequila combo, and he gives his address, which is like kind of on the kind of west, kind of behind Greenwich Village, West Village, and I was like thinking, okay, as any spatial theorist, I have excessive knowledge of New York, wanting or not, but I don't think that's kind of an aspiration. I mean, that's in the 80s, that would be like a really not an address where you would expect some kind of a big shot.
Especially if you have capital. If you're trying to be next to capital, no.
So that was like, so I kind of looked it up and I was like, this is such an odd kind of address to live in. If he was, so I think that there is that kind of something that sets him up in between as an aspiration. I mean, also then the apartment, and it's definitely not same type of apartment that Catherine has. So it's really through that domestic setting that he's set up.
Also, like the work from home ethic you see from him, that always kind of insinuates that, he's close, but he's not quite there, right? And then in their meeting, so she goes to the party, right? And she walks in, and it's funny, there's all these gawks at her, right, in various ways. Because one of the other big things that begins to kind of be invoked in the coloring is she's blonde, right? And her blonde hair. And most of the women throughout the film are dark haired, right? And she comes in and like the dress, and like Melanie Griffith, even like her skin tone, there's a way that she's white. She's kind of bright white, in many ways, and they would accentuate that, and how she kind of looks. It kind of like blasts, and it has like a kind of a glow, but it's kind of weird in this film because this film's very desaturated that the glow can really come out. So it's kind of like counterintuitive, but they would see that, like the way they have the long shot. So basically, like Harrison Ford's in this conversation about the merger and all of that, and he's drinking and he's not in a good state, and they have this shot where he basically sees her come in, right? And he's like, oh, right, he can't, like that's where he wants to go. There's something special there, right? It's beyond this conversation. I kind of want to get out of it. I kind of want to get out of the situation. So he's magnetized by her. And then they have this like long interaction at the bar where Tess like sets her boundaries, and in that playful what they seem to be playful romantic comedy kind of way, he tests them, right? He tests them, and I don't know, like I think maybe your first instinct is to wonder, yeah, I would say that probably for the first few scenes, is he going to overstep the boundaries? Will he become Kevin Spacey, right? Will he become Oliver Platt in them, right? And they set that up for, basically he doesn't, right? He gets all these opportunities that he could be a real nasty person, right? But he doesn't quite do that. But one thing he invokes, just I want to throw this in there, we can talk about this, let's see more broadly, is he has this line where he says that she dresses like a woman.
I got it.
And I think, you guys can say the line?
Yeah, he says, "You're the first woman I've seen at one of these damn things who dresses like a woman, not like a woman thinks a man would dress if he was a woman."
I mean, that's loaded on so many levels.
He's basically like, "You're not wearing a pantsuit," which she does later on, but like that's
which he does later on at the right moment. He's like, basically, you're at a party, so you came to a party like a party person, right? You didn't come here looking like Hillary.
Yeah, and then there is this kind of when he says basically, she says thank you, I guess, and then it's all about like, let's just meet like human beings for once. And as if like his whole, and I think it's also that his whole social circle, he has to succeed in that space, so he can't kind of go outside and socialize outside of that space. So he's in a way, and then he says power to the people, and they drink tequila. And then she tells him like, I have a head for business and a board for sin. Is there anything wrong with that? And
the
she also says
people line is go Jane.
Yeah, I just have to say, like, because like I have heard over the years people say, and I totally disagree with this sentiment, that the slogan "power to the people" cannot be co-opted, right? That it is, and all I'm saying is watch this
Working
movie
Girls
right here, because he says "power to the people" as they're doing tequila shots at a fucking merger thing, and she says, "Yeah, the little people," right? And so it's like, all I say is elite capture is, it can, the powerful and the people with money, they could co-opt anything if they put their mind to it.
Also, because I'm sure that I have a business head for business, body for sin. These are one of these catchy kind of sentences that like the way that I've kind of coffee tea or me, which then later comes up, is something that it is one of the ways in which sentences from film come out of films and have their life of their own. But there is immediately after that, like she has to run away because there is that party woman, and but she's also feeling the effect of Valium tequila combo. And then there is that scene, like she's like in a taxi, like slumped, but you can only see her legs so and then he carries her home because she's non-responsive, and basically sets her up in an armchair and tells, "You sure are pretty, and then don't fuck it up," as if like, he has to remind himself that he has to be a good guy.
Right.
I do want to say a couple of things just on this quickly, because also it goes to the point you were making earlier about his class background and all of that too within this, is that one, it's not only the location of the apartment, it is also how the apartment looks, but it is also that it's a third floor walk up, right? And so, he's not taking her to a building with a doorman. He makes this comment about, it may be a mess, and he says something about the cleaner, but I don't think there's a cleaner. I think that's him actually just trying to pretend like he has enough money to pay for a cleaner, right? Um, and but all of that, to say that, yeah, I think you are supposed to recognize that this is not big capital. We already know also that, I think by this point, but soon, if not, that he is kind of tenuous and that he's had like some deals not work out, or that, he may be close to losing his own job. The other thing too is on, obviously, you know, I mean, he does the very basic human thing and not take advantage of her in this moment, even though he's kind of, as you said, he's sort of like thinking about it in a certain way. Like he tries to offer her a nightcap right after she's like knocked out, right? And she, she can't.
I
She's
mean, in his fairness,
unresponsive.
this does make herbal tea, and he's like, well, I don't actually have herbal tea
Yeah,
to offer.
yeah. Yeah, and so he doesn't, and she sort of thinks, because she wakes up in the morning in bed with him, which I do think is like still a little bit questionable thing to do, right? Like, but I guess,
Sleep on the couch,
he should
homie.
have. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the hell? But he's not Kevin Spacey. He's not these other men, right? And so there's a certain level of like, okay, he treated you like a human being as opposed to, a piece of meat or whatever. But like, it's like such a low bar in the 80s and like the rape culture of the 80s that like, oh, like,
Well, he's not the Jerry Maguire individuated drone. He craves the real,
Yeah. But there's
real
still
connection.
but there's still these sex politics like that exist in romantic comedy movies that they totally can't abandon. Like this is why Melanie Griffith is still, vacuuming completely naked in high heels, right? They need to still have that allure, that sense of danger, that because even you don't necessarily definitively know that he didn't do something even when they wake up in bed. It's a little funky, right? You think he probably did it, right? But like you don't exactly know. It's not until he makes the jokes a little bit later about, I have the pictures and all that type of stuff, and you realize, oh, this guy, he walks the edges in the right way. Right. Like that's the thing. He walks those edges in the way that's flirtatious, that is, endearing. And it just gets into the kind of flirtatious politics that to me also really just exist in this spectrum also of capital and like dealing. It's all a deal. It all feels like it's like some kind of transaction and like the kind of like the play of the deal. And like they're trying to find unity. So they're doing this kind of, weird dance the whole time, because what happens as the film goes is the next sequence after will be her going to his office. She goes to his office and they have their meeting, right? And the other big thing is, I don't know if we mentioned this, he doesn't say who he is. Yeah. So when she walks into the meeting, she sees him and she's like, oh, that's Jack.
Yeah, because she said, she does say that she's looking for him on a bar, and then he decides not to tell her, and then she goes into it, and then basically that's where she presents the big Trask Media radio acquisition and story, which is actually really quick, kind of short. It's also interesting that for like Harrison Ford having the top billing, he shows up in the film only in its like 40th minute.
Well, you know what his joke is about the film, why he didn't get nominated for an Oscar? That he had the girl part. Right. That's his joke.
Yeah, so let's see, the only... Yeah, and that's also the scene where like the guy's like, oh, well, one of his associates says, they have too much cash on their balance sheet. This is why the Japanese are always trying to buy them up, because they want the asset and all that stuff. And, that's where she makes the comment about, well, they do the stock buyback, right? So this is the other thing, is like, she had the book on mergers and acquisitions. Like, she's savvy within the business world. One thing you mentioned too, just worth saying, is like, it's a constant theme in the movie that people are either in a role that they're not expected, that like, so this idea of him not admitting who he is, and then you find out who like, this is kind of like, it's sort of the same thing when she meets Catherine. It's sort of the same thing at the end when she meets the woman who is actually her secretary. All of these kind of things where there's a kind of, and I guess Tess to a certain extent represents this as well, because it's sort of described that she's playing Catherine in these scenes when Catherine is gone as well. And actually, she's not honest with Jack either, right? That like, she's actually Catherine's assistant. She's coming to it as though she actually is somebody who's in a position at her firm to make these kind of deals, like she's like a kind of broker or whatever, which is not her role. Anyway.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, it kind of goes through these kind of sequences. Each part of the film goes through these sequences, and then in a way, each of these sequences gets broken by a shot of nighttime World Trade Center from the Staten Island, because there is always that going back home is not an option. Because immediately after, even though Cynthia is there with her, helping her, and she's like, oh, and then Jack comes. The meeting goes well, but she's embarrassed. And then he comes and buys her a briefcase because she lies that she has lost her briefcase. So makes this big dramatic gesture. And then we're going to go to the engagement party in Staten Island. Where
which
at
is,
this point, there are more songs. So there is, I'm so excited by the Pointer Sister, and then another atrocious song from the 80s, the Lady in Red.
Lady in Red.
Yes, which is, if you somehow manage to not get the theme song in your head, this one's gonna kill you. This is the one that's gonna do you.
Everyone got it. Everyone, if you were around in that time and reasonably awake, that song. Yeah. I mean, you get all those kind of she's doing all these moves. They begin to kind of like do that, and then you get this scene. They're back in Staten Island, and the other big thing is you can see it here visually. She comes back and she looks so demonstratively different, which is the thing that Alec Baldwin says. He has this great line that I absolutely love. What he says, what is he? He said she's going to. What does he say to her? It's so good.
You look classy. Did you have to go to traffic court or something?
Traffic court. But like, it's also so coded because like, it's basically this idea that working class people only can get classy when they have to do something that's like possibly about their well-being with the state. Like, are you basically gonna go to jail or not? Like, did you get a ticket? Like, it's the only time they look classy. There's no like classiness going to, just out for dinner one night or something like that. They don't have that elevatedness, right? And they don't have a desire for it. And he's totally like knocking her down for like taking that position, right? But you're at this wedding, and what's interesting about it is also how she's played. She doesn't come in there and do like the fuck, she doesn't get like fuck you, try to embarrass him in that way. In a way, she gives him a lot of room to still be connected to her, right? Even though he's done this thing. And then ultimately at the end of the scene, he proposes to her in front of everyone, right? Which is highly disrespectful considering that 3 days prior, she found him in bed with another woman, right? And she says, maybe, right? Which like, also implies, because she also hasn't really gone into the real romantic end with Jack yet, that she still is somewhat considering, like there's a part of that life, whether she thinks she wants to leave it yet and she's unsure, or does she believe she really can, right? I think it's probably more the latter. She still has a lack of belief. Like she might actually still be stuck here, even though she's going to try and do this thing, but it also ultimately not work out, you know? But yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you have more to add on that, Dubravka, but like it's just from here we kind of get, I don't remember exactly, but it's almost sort of montage. I mean, it's like it's a sequence of scenes that go fairly quickly to kind of, you know, Jack and her, like, you know, working together on the deal. Like he's also trying to kind of say like, hey, we should date, this kind of stuff, and she's setting the kind of like workplace boundary to some degree with him. Although she clearly likes him, right? And Joan Cusack also sort of picks up on this, like, you know, you're sort of saying maybe to, you know, to Alec Baldwin, to Mick, right? You know, when he really will marry you, even though he just cheated on you with this other woman, right? But it's the reason you're not jumping into that is because you also believe that Harrison Ford's character maybe will whisk you away from all of this too, right? Which again, it does. I know we mentioned Pretty Woman last time, but there is a little bit of that. Like there is some of like Jack's character is sort of just the right type of middle class, you know, woman for her to like elevate her, you know, stature all. And I mean, obviously there's like kind of the literal way, right? Because he's the vehicle to the deal potentially for her, but it's also just, you know, bound up in this kind of, you know, metaphor or whatever. But go ahead.
Because the other thing they do with Jack is, I mean, it progresses as the movie goes on. He's not really desirous of anything other than like getting the deals done. Like he's attached to the deal, right? And to like doing the work good. But the kind of other things that go around it, right? Because when you later find out that Jack is who Catherine wants, and Catherine is like, he's definitely going to propose to me, right? Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like when Tess asks her, like, what if he doesn't? She's like, that's just not in the cards, right? Like, what are you asking me, you idiot? Like, that's not going to happen. But you realize that she doesn't read Jack well because Jack does not really get into these things. This is not really his vibe, right? I mean, even if you look at Harrison Ford's suits in the film, right? It's like well done. They're right, but they're not flashy. Even when he goes to the wedding, when they go to the wedding, they crash the wedding, he's still in a business suit, right? He's still there going to work, right? You don't ever really see him get in like the casual, like they don't do what they do some of the end of the movie. He doesn't come in like, you know, the nice new outfit to come and, you know, grab her, right? He's exactly the tie, the suit, right? He is the businessman, right? He's not attached to it.
And there is this kind of that kind of whole hilarious scene when he's like spent the whole night working on the deal, washes his armpit in a so and that's also this kind of like we have this sense of like new office. All of a sudden he has the glass partition, which is a new thing kind of in the 80s. All of a sudden, you know, executives all transparency, and but he doesn't draw the kind of doesn't clean kind of clothes, so he pulls out the crisp new shirt, puts it up, and all the kind of secretaries, he does the modeling of a bit. So it's a bit of so in a way, because there is that kind that he is also in between. He is not doesn't treat the women who are like administrative assistants and secretaries. He doesn't see himself so much above them, so that he can't kind of go into that playful situation with them. But that whole scene is just so hilarious, and he's basically like, okay, we can grab a like take kind of like souvlaki on the street. We don't need to go to a restaurant because you are like. So if and then Cynthia is there and she is really confronting they confront each other. It's like Tess confronts her whether why is she not supportive of her, even though how she says, it wasn't me popping the Remenucci on our bed, how come you're on his side? And then she's like, you're not giving him a chance, this is not like you. You are out of your man and you're home already. And then Tess says, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life working my ass off and getting nowhere just because I'm following the rules I had nothing with setting up. Which is kind of an interesting moment when you think about it, because in a way she does see structures. It's just that she only sees them as something that she individually can transcend.
So there's an interesting dynamic too with the two weddings in the film. So you get the wedding of one of her friends, right, which is a Staten Island wedding. You had already the I guess it is Joan Cusack's character, right? That gets married. Yeah, because the thing we talked about previously was like their engagement party. But you get also this wedding. So in order to get they put the deal together for Trask, right? So these Harrison Ford's team is also in mergers and acquisitions, right? Which is like the same line of work basically that Tess, but for some reason they need the two firms. I mean, obviously Tess needs somebody to help. I think the reason Catherine was going outside was because she trying to make it like maybe more profitable for herself by kind of going outside of her own firm. I don't really know. That's not really explained that well in the film. Doesn't matter anyway. There's these two firms that are working on it, right? And so Tess is from one and Harrison Ford's character is from another. And they do all this work to put this deal together, but they don't actually have a way, right? Because there's no in to Trask. Like they haven't set it up, they haven't staged it or whatever. And so Tess's idea is like basically to just show up at his daughter's wedding, right? Crash the daughter's wedding and then, have casual conversation and convince him of it, right? And all of this. And so when Ford figures this out, when Jack figures this out, he's like, oh crap, kind of, because he's like, we put all this work and all this effort and this is a huge deal. If I don't get this, it's going to like tank my career. And, you're not even like on first base with these people, right? Like you're just starting out and you don't even have an in, but he goes along with it, right? So you get the contrast of these two weddings, the one that happens on Staten Island, just to give folks a couple of images from it real quick. So this is a good one with Alec Baldwin and Tess's character. Just the outfits, right? Like it's so like 80s prom or something like that. Like the blue tux, and her in the seafoam, dress. So you get that one, and they're all kind of outside. I mean, obviously this is after the wedding. And then you get the rich wedding, which is probably even tackier in a certain way. And so, here's kind of the key shot of Harrison Ford as he realizes that like, they don't have an in, like quickly drinking 2 cocktails himself, one in each hand and all the ladies around watching. And it has this like kind of, I don't know, I guess like tiki kind of theme to it or whatever.
There's a whole colonial vibe there, like a
totally.
colonial vibe, because there is like everyone who is kind of hosting all the kind of waiters and all the stuff. Hospitals have this kind of the hats that resemble, and then there is this kind of a scene in the bathroom in which they are like prepping when she's speaking to a bride and kind of fully on like encouraging bride that it's a beautiful wedding.
It's also the most like people of color in the film too in this scene actually, but it's all like wait staff and performers and stuff like that.
That is the one place. Yeah, and what they do is where they kind of like begin to merge their partnership. Like, so you see kind of Tess at like a nervous deadlock. She's there. She's kind of questioning that maybe she's gone over, and like how they play it, which I think is really slick, is she's in the bathroom Harrison Ford comes into the bathroom and he goes in the bathroom stall, right? And he gets cut off. You see him out of the scene for a while, right? The woman, the bride comes in, she's crying because everyone's kind of like, oh my God, they kind of hate everything. And there's all these like questions about every stuff. And she's telling her about the dress, you know. And
Well,
then
and specifically, she says, my husband or
yes,
the groom thinks that it looks like Nicaragua and that we're making
Nicaragua,
a political statement, which I think is really important too, right? Because it's like, here she is, the daughter of this huge American capitalist, right? And the concern is that they're making a political statement, which is the thing that you're
not
don't
supposed to do.
keep politics out of everything when it comes
Good
to
point.
imperialism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Anyway.
then like Tess tells her, no, it's just like a paradise with little gold palm trees.
And then when Jack comes out of the bathroom, he has like a new energy. He's kind of like, all right, we got to get this done. So it's like he almost goes in there, like reconstitutes himself and takes her out the bathroom. And he has this thing where he says, like, he asked, Trask is dancing with this young woman, right? One of the bridesmaids, right? And he asked someone who's Ricky Lake. He asked Ricky Lake also. That's actually a person who's in the film, right? He asked Ricky Lake, what's her name? I forget the name, right? She has like a name and then a nickname.
Bitsy. Of course it's Bitsy.
Bitsy,
It's like...
Bitsy, right? Bitsy, right? So then he goes, Bitsy, you know, it's been a long time. She's like, and the whole joke is the idea that the wedding of such rich people, there's going to be someone that you're not going to remember that you knew, right? These people, they meet so many people. So you have to do the thing when someone goes, Bitsy, you have to go, oh my God, right? Like, even though you're like, I have no idea who the hell this is, right? But also, it's Harrison Ford, right? And they make sure to like not make like, he's meeting, another big, like a Melanie Griffith level in these eyes. They make like a younger woman, right? So he goes and he grabs her, which then leaves Melanie Griffith to then do the kind of dance with Trash, played by Philip Bosco, which is funny because Philip Bosco has a small scene in Trading Places. He's the doctor in Trading Places. It was like funny. And Philip Bosco is also a really big theater actor. His film career didn't really do much, but he was a big theater actor, which is why Michael Nichols definitely would put him in this kind of role. And this is where Tess begins to plant the seed of the idea of the radio thing. And she knows all this stuff about Trask. She has like all the kind of data, the facts, and you see Trask just looking at her like, who is this person, right? And the idea of doing this as a dance, is this unity, right? They're creating this kind of unity. These are the person he needs to be with, right? Because when you see Catherine later interact with Trance, it's very like staccato. It has no fluidity. Like, it's always supposed to make you feel that Catherine's interaction with Trask is not natural, but this is a natural interaction. There is a synergy. This is the flow. This is actually the order. And in this kind of motion, she's able to set up the meeting, right? To basically get to make the deal happen. So you see like that in a way, I mean, it's still led by Tess, but you also begin to see that Jack gives her like an extra kind of thing to kind of like make that slight little hurdle that she needs to kind of make to make this happen. But it is Tess who closes it, right? He sees the potential, he sees the skill, because he also thinks she is this skilled person, but he sees the skill. Let me let it happen.
Yeah, and I think what is also is that basically the whole narrative is that Trask is now like at a distance from the real people, because there is all this kind of layers of management between them. So they don't think it's radio is a good idea, so they don't even want to set up the meeting, and then she kind of has to kind of go through to get to the real people.
Yeah. So, I mean, from here, you get the acknowledgement that 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 Catherine, Sigourney Weaver's character, is going to return, basically, like, and return sooner than expected, right? Because originally she's like, oh, I'm going to be laid up here for weeks or whatever. And, you know, I mean, certainly there's been a passage of time, but there's also an acknowledgement between the two of them that, you know, this is happening quicker than it was anticipated. And so now it's like everything is kind of coming together. And at what point does Tess realize that Catherine's boyfriend is Jack? Because she doesn't know that for most of this whole sequence.
When they're in bed. So the next scene that happens is
So
they do the meeting, right? They do the meeting in the morning, and the guys are looking at them, and it's like I really like that shot, right? That shot is great.
shot.
It's like it's these two reverse shots of them, you know, and she has like the big glasses on, Melanie Griffith, right?
Yeah,
And
she's
they're
wearing
sitting there,
basically the glasses that Catherine Kenna had in one of those, like the actual same glasses she's been wearing.
and they're having the meeting. It's like a 2 and 2, and it's very, very like businessy, no emotion. They're trying to talk, right? And the guy is kind of like, no, we don't want to do the radio thing, right? But what happens is there's a phone call. There's a phone right in the middle, right? And he goes, excuse me. And he says, basically let him know that, like, go give it a look. Go see if you can make it happen, right? On that phone. Which then Harrison Ford and Melanie Griffith have to go, oh, he'd been watching this whole time. Oh, because the first line they have is that Trask does not do these things. She's like, she asks, is Mr. Trask not here? He says he doesn't come to these kind of meetings, right? No, he's there, right? He's just, you know, he's God, right? I mean, it's definitely a comment on big capital, right? Like big capital is pervasive. It is everywhere. It kind of feeds and look at that American flag.
American, no.
Yeah.
I mean, the kind of hardwood kind of paneling. It's like kind of we move into the kind of old school classic kind of capitalist aesthetics. We like kind of tradition.
You get a sense that the ceiling is like so far up, like you could stack like 6 people and they probably wouldn't be able to touch the ceiling. It's like it's so gargantuan and straight and high, right? It's very, very intimidating. But right after that, they get out, they walk down the stairs and they kiss, right? They kiss and and then you have that scene where they connect the kiss and they get back to the house and you see them, like, it's like a very sweet scene with like not a lot of like sound, right? They're like, you know, getting together, taking off the clothes, and you see the clothes, like their business clothes, on the floor, right? They leave with that shot, like they're in unison in business also, but now they have to kind of, you know, step to like the next stage. stage.
And also the kind of the spiral staircase. So they're walking, and he kind of sees her, like sees her and like kind of grabs her, and then there is even that kind of the way that kind of camera moves, zooms out. Yeah. You can even see her, like her foot is a little.
The foot goes up. Yes,
the foot is like that. So it's really displaying on this Cartier-Bresson type of photography of like kind of classical. So it's. I mean, again, like visually, this film has some so amazing moments. That are really, and then they realize that they have to clean up. That she like, he basically mentions that he has some. This is also another one that he set up as a kind of a better good guy, because he tells her, I am seeing some, it's technically over, but there hasn't been a situation I could actually tell it's over because that person broke a leg. And she was just about to come tell him, I will confess that she's just a secretary. And then she's like, oh, that's the moment when she connects the dots that he's the guy. And then rushes into and vacuums topless. Does the dry cleaning, cleans up all the traces of her using the apartment.
So ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess the flimsiest excuse is like like you said, she doesn't want to leave any trace of herself, so she's not even gonna wear clothes in her apartment as she vacuums, but also high heels. Like it makes no sense
No,
whatsoever.
I guess they wanted the producers who didn't want Melanie Griffith, because that was one of the comments, was that like there was like a naked Melanie Griffith scene in every single film she did.
Right.
Was that, you know, that producers needed a kind of a sexy scene, like I guess equivalent to Sigourney Weaver or some of the other scenes, like, you know, the kind of these naked scenes that became like something that people would go back to.
It's such a weird thing in the 80s. Like I would say like 60% probably of the films that we've done so far include topless women, right? And also like stars, right? Like that's the other thing too, is like you get later on where, you know, it's like, you know, the big names in Hollywood often don't fully expose, right, in this kind of thing. But in the 80s, it was just like, I mean, it really, every time it happens, it reminds me of the movie Knocked Up, because the whole point of their idea is to create a website where it shows you the exact timestamp at which women's breasts are revealed in like every movie. And that's basically, you know, but anyway.
So she's setting up to come back, right? And because the other thing that is, Jack knows Catherine's coming back, right? So he knows he's gonna have to kind of square that up as well, right? So there's going to have to be the reconciliation that he figures out, right? And so she's straightening everything up, right? And then she gets back first, right? She's back in her. There's like the scene, and she doesn't get back like on a plane.
No, it's like a helicopter.
On a helicopter in the heliport. And if you know New York, if you like lived in New York, you know about that heliport. Like the only people who get on that heliport are people with like serious money. And she has this big ass bear, right? That's
no,
like
it's gorilla. It's a gorilla.
Excuse me, gorilla. It's a big ass gorilla, right? Which is like not explained why she has a gorilla now. It's actually really funny, right? You grab, and she's like, you know, tells Catherine to get her stuff. Tess to get her stuff, which is like her luggage, and she's carrying the big old gorilla, right? And you get back to the place, and you see, you know, Sigourney Weaver getting all dolled up, right? You know, she's getting ready for Jack to come, and she's like letting, you know, Tess know that, you know, this is about to happen, and like having her get, you know, and like Tess is trying to leave to basically not be intercepted. Like she does not want him to see, so she wants to try to get out. And of course, you know, she keeps asking her to do more things. Can you bring the Shalimar, right? You know, so I can do that. And and then can you go out and can you get my pills, right? Which lets her like get out of the space, right? And you know, this is where the film kind of like gets in. It doesn't overly do it. It gets into the kind of like almost like farce, like switching of the doors, like comedy of errors type thing, right? Is he gonna get caught, right? You know, and it's so funny how it's also funny, like, to see Sigourney Weaver kind of change as an actress, because like from this to like from like Ghostbusters, where they really tried to make her like an object of desire, they try to do the complete opposite. They try to make her totally like not like desirable at all. They do like the way like Nichols and them set up. It's like it's so like tacky, and then she has the big cast, right? Could you give me an Afghan? for the cast, right? You know, yeah. The gorilla.
Yeah, but there is also that in that before the kind of she starts setting herself up, she realizes that what is open on the screen is the proposal for the deal, and then she gives her this kind of whole gaslight her. Oh no, I just kind of needed to, because basically saying that Jack has a really big sense of ethics and that she can't. She wouldn't, that he was reprimanded for taking someone's idea, so that he wouldn't look into it if it wasn't hers, and all this. So she gaslights her in that. Then she goes into the bed, but they do set it up that Tess is stuck in the apartment. So she basically hears Jack reject Catherine, and is that he's a good good guy. So, and then just before, during the meeting, she asked him, would you look into would you look? So she's like testing him on whether he's really which again, like testing if what she heard was just like a Catherine playing her. Because both of them actually don't have time because they have to go to this meeting that they have set up. But in that back and forth, she leaves a notebook where Catherine then realizes what's actually happening.
Yeah, because like in Jack like rejecting her, like Catherine's like totally confused. So then it immediately clicks, right? When she sees the notebook, right? Oh, this is why she's confused. Something's been happening behind my back, right?
Yeah.
So now, yeah, you get to the big merger scene. It's like, it's back in those big things. It's funny because like because Tess goes there alone, she doesn't go there with Jack. So there's this thing when she like opens the door and like Jack's in there, and it's like, it's the woman going into the den of men, right? Like it has this like haze, right? It's almost like they smoked all the cigars before you got there. Right?
She's the only woman sitting at that kind of a round table. Yeah. And it, again, this I have the whole article, kind of whole part I wrote about like the construction of the round table for non-aligned movement. And then this also then reminded me of that when they were signing Dayton Peace Agreement, Richard Holbrooke had a like specific round table design for negotiations that was just enough big for only the people who needed to sit at the table to sit, because as a young diplomat, he kind of realized, he was part of negotiation for South Vietnam, and realizing that basically the whole process failed because for the longest time it couldn't be determined who sits at the table. So there is a whole like narrative for Dayton of him designing a round table, and I can't, like, I see this and that's my brain goes immediately to Dayton Peace Agreement negotiations, but it's a kind of really scene of like, and they make comments, the radio guy makes comments, New World is coming. And
what is the Bertolucci film about the fascists in Italy? The whatchamacallit. I mean, it looks like that it harkens to that. I'll find it in a minute. It's the one that they got a lot of the shots from The Godfather on, with like the hats and everything, but it has that same kind of feel where it's very like, there's this sterile kind of thing happening there. But then Trask, right? Trask, he has that speech about the 10-year-old girl who has the idea, right? And I was like cracking the fuck up. I was like, okay, this is what we're invoking as this woman brings in this thing, right? But yeah, even 10-year-old girls have good ideas, right? I was like, this is some weird shit, right?
It's also, I will say, that's one of the very like, it is one of the elements of bourgeois ideology that's being promoted in the film. Maybe not one of the more important ones, but like this just ideas come from anywhere kind of thing. And so like Tess finding them on page 6, this little girl coming up with a good idea, right? Like, but it's great, it's great men in American capital or whatever that make it, put the ideas into action or whatever, and I think like, I don't know. I mean, as somebody who spends a lot of time, reading Marxism and stuff like that, it's just like this idea that ideas come from anywhere, and that like it's like it's a very mystical or what's the like metaphysical notion of ideology, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but there is also something. I mean, this is totally so. There is that, and then there is parallel. You have this like. There is a tension between Jack and Tess, but they got like he kisses her big when they have this big meeting, and then there is a scene in which like there is a scene they are sitting at this big table, but then the camera goes under the table, and you see like they are like playing footsie on the under. Yeah. So there is this kind of connection of like business acumen with kind of at least sexual libidinal dimension of this, and also desirability is fulfilled. So I think that that's also something that's like super subtle, but so like propaganda in a way, because it's like, how do you make yourself that you have to be successful in order for this.
And that makes sense for Jack, because Jack, so we can bring in, essentially what happens is Catherine comes in, she storms the deal, basically said, she's my secretary, she's taken my idea, Catherine, and she's an imposter. And it's funny because the way they not funny, it's really slick in how they structure it. Because the first thing is that she's my secretary. She does not, Tess does not argue with that. She's like, this is true. This was my idea, Catherine said. She goes, no, right? This is where you've gone too far. You're a liar. So Tess, in the end, still becomes more virtuous. She's actually willing to admit she did something wrong, but also, and because we have the foresight no one else has other than Catherine and Tess, or the knowledge, right? We know that she is telling the truth, right? So there is this way that we're able to understand she is of the higher plane. She can admit wrongdoing, but also she has been wronged, right? And of course, the third thing she does is she doesn't take the fight very far, right? She's kind of like, I lost, right? I tried it and I lost, right? She doesn't, like, kind of like everything else in the film. She'll stand up where she needs to stand up, but she knows at the end of the day, this wasn't honest, right? I have my reasons for not being honest. I'm going to like walk out and leave, right? But I'll say one thing. Let me add one other thing. And the thing that it sets up also for Jack long term is going to what Dubravka was saying, is that Jack could easily just go with this and get the deal. But that double, the libidinal, and it can't be reconciled. He can't reconcile both once at the same time.
Also, because I forgot, but saw it in my notes. They also say, she asked him, "Would you look at the deal?" Blah blah blah, and then they actually say each other, "I love you," and you'll be. Because they kind of say, "I'm so nervous, I can't still," and he tells her, "You'll be fine, I love you," and then she tells him, "I love." So it's kind of within that kind of setup while they're like waiting before to sit at the table. Trask and the radio guy are like, they make this negotiating, and there is this whole, Jack says something like, we're waiting to see the color of what color comes out of chimney, so the whole Pope thing, and then they have this exchange. So they've basically confirmed their alliance just before Catherine storms in.
I mean, the other thing that I think is just implicit and maybe a little bit explicit, because I think they do actually directly reference it some ways, but like once Catherine has established, which Tess can't really deny, that she is her assistant, that she's the secretary, like it basically, in the context of the film and of the 1980s, right, it's essentially impossible that she can be at this table, right? Like we showed that shot of the round table before. The other woman is an assistant who is sitting away from the table to take notes about what is happening at the table, right? And so I think, I mean, we get to how Tess ultimately, wins out and overcomes this, but she kind of knows that she's lost as soon as it is revealed that she's a secretary, right? Because in terms of class, position, role, everything else, it just basically denotes like you don't belong in this space, and she does, even though she stole your idea. Like, she speaks this language, she's among this class of people or whatever. And so I think, that's a lot of why she sort of leaves in that moment. And then there's the whole discussion of how she gets back in.
Well, and to that point, because she goes back, so basically she's out of the thing. The deal's going to happen without her. She's essentially fired from her position, and so forth and so on. So she's back. She's kind of in her regular clothing. She's going to kind of get her stuff. There is a sequence before it. There's a sequence before it with the wedding.
Yeah, and then again, sorry for interrupting, but this is like, and again, between the sequence of wedding and the Trask, there is again the scene, pensive Tess on the Staten Island ferry, and with the Statue of Liberty. So that's kind of like the way that song reappears in each
Lady Liberty.
This scene of like Staten Island ferry and the Statue of Liberty really sets up the kind of transition moments.
Yeah. So when she goes back and, she has the convergence of all her supporters, they take a donation thing for her. Like, look, you're a homie. Don't spend it on the Con Ed, right? Which is a very New York reference, right? Con Ed is in electricity, things like that. Don't spend it on the Con Ed, right? They want her to do something nice for herself. She goes out, right? She gets back on the elevator to go downstairs, right? And as she goes downstairs, she sees Catherine, Trask, and his cronies and Jack come in, right? Drops her box, right? And then Jack goes right to her, right? And this is the thing, and she has the conversation with Jack where she basically says, like, look, this was my idea, and that I had to do this. You wouldn't have respected me if I came in as a secretary. And Jack gives assurances that would not have been the case in his way, right? Like I don't know. I'd be curious of what people think if they feel like they were led, if they believe that even in the world of this film that would be true. I don't know how much it matters, but what it matters is that on the back end, he doesn't care now, right? He understands that she's the one, right? That she's the one. And then Catherine kind of comes in with Trask, right? And Trask is ready to do the deal. They're like ready to go make this happen, right? He's like, whatever, come on, I gotta do it, right? And Catherine's like ready to move on. She like orders Jack like a dog, right? Like, Jack, get here, like puppy, come on, move. And Jack denies it, which I think is the interesting thing, because you still do realize you need Jack to activate, and he advocates, because the guy says, Trask says to him, right? He says, what? Like, are you trying to like make this deal not happen? Right? Are you trying to not have the deal happen? And he goes, and Jack was like, look, man, he said, she's your man, right? Is that the exact line? She's your man. And I'm like, oh, that right there just codes the entire project, right? She's your man. She is the new man, the new prophet of capital. Like, you got to get her in here, right? And then and then it's in a previous scene in the ferry. She looks at the newspaper and she finds something, right? And she kind of cuts it out, right? Kind of going back to her kind of special ninja investigative Gordon Gekko the lady skill, right? And she invokes it. She basically tells them that, like, look, there's this. Oh, because Catherine's already upstairs, right? She goes with isn't that what happens? Isn't Catherine already upstairs and she's down there with him?
So they go. They get split. Did he pull Trask out of that elevator?
He stays outside, and the elevator door is just about to close, and then she says, "Tell him about the hole in the deal." She kind of tells too, because there is whole, like, Trask asks Catherine, "What was your idea?" And she's like, I don't know, saying, which is also in a way like she could have paid attention enough to what Tess was telling her to actually really understand. Like, so that's another, like, the way that she's like frivolous, she's gonna boss, because that's kind of her class privilege. And then Trask like jumps just before the door closes, jumps out to understand what the hole, and the hole in the deal is that society, like, Page 6 reports that this DJ is, and that I know they're still there, because like they're still there, and Catherine doesn't have a clue who this DJ is, and then Tess says, well, he's the one that if you the basis of syndication, if he leaves, you don't have anything, and that's the moment in which the door closes and Trask jumps out, and basically proposes to hire Tess
Well, they get
So
into
the-
a separate elevator at this point.
Yeah.
So like they pull him, he's out, and then they get in, and as they're going up, then yeah, she's running through all the details, and he can tell through this, like, oh, she is the one behind this deal because she knows all of these little details that a secretary, right, wouldn't know about it, basically. And yeah, and then she gets up to the top. They all get up to the top, and he asks Sigourney Weaver's character, what do you remember how you came up with this idea?
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, not really. Like,
I
kind
have
of,
to look at my notes.
I'd have to look at my notes. And he's like, well, just generally, like in very, and she can't do it, right? And so, at that point, it's like very clear. And this is the thing about Trask too, is it's like, he's a good capitalist. In this, because
Old
he's
school,
able
old
to
school
recognize, he's old money,
Well,
right? But he recognizes that new people, new ideas, like I shouldn't just turn this woman away because she's a secretary. And so it's not even like, what's interesting within the context of all of this is it's not even clear that she's getting written back into the deal to get like some big financial stake in it or anything like that.
Job.
No, she's getting a entry level, because there is this whole conversation between them. Then she tells him, you can't bend rules plenty until you get upstairs, and if you are someone like me, you can't get there without bending the rules. And then in a way, he is like really willing to kind of bring that, and you have more ideas, but you have to kind of work with me, but entry level. And she's like super happy that she's gonna go and work entry level for.
And he says, are you willing to go the extra mile?
Yeah.
And that's like the interesting thing, because if you think about this, like if you compare contrast this to like Trading Places and Wall Street. Trading Places really had this thing, old capital is out. We need new capital between Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. They're like the future, right? This one has the idea that that old capital has this like real base of goodness. Something has happened in like the developmental process of like capital, right? Capitalists and people who work within it, that it's not working. The Catherines are like this kind of mistake that's like resulted. And the way to fix it are Tesses. You need Tesses, right? Because if you give them the entry level, because even when she finally gets it, like what does she have on her first day? A lunch with Trask, right? The assumption is she's gonna go there, she's gonna learn from big capital, because look, the other thing is, when do we first meet him? At the loving wedding of his daughter. So they're already invoking that he's the great paternal. I mean, and this to me is where like the imperialism and the pro-capitalism gets so fucking ugly in the movie. Like, this is really ugly, uglier than I think most movies I've seen around like supporting capital.
And then there is this kind of whole like, he threatens he's gonna fire, like he has the power to fire Catherine. So in a way that her being born into that position that cannot save her, because what is like, it's a genuine meritocracy. So he's gonna kind of support, like it's about like she's not playing but good enough, and he tells something like, go to your office and take the last good look because you're not getting back there. And so it's a kind of this kind of like, the way that success is really manifested in the office. Like you're making it if you get an office.
Yeah. And I have to say, like, after that, the final like set of sequences in like that classic Hollywood fashion is so slick and intoxicating. Like I said, you could easily get super swept up, right? Because now she's in house with Jack, right? They have this little tight.
No. Before that, they kind of kiss. They kind of kiss in front of anyone. There is like he's supposed to join the deal negotiation, but they still kiss, and the whole secretary room is swooning. And then we cut to that kind of a super kind of sleek scene of two of them already having.
And he buys her a lunchbox. He buys her the lunchbox with her name on it. but it has like little, like it has pens and a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like it's like, and like they play it so slow and it's so syrupy, and like it's like they kind of like drop the natural sound, the diegetic sound a little bit, give you a little bit of the score, right? It's feeling a little like, and then because then they also do it because you don't quite know what entry level means, right?
Right.
You're watching it and you're like, well, she's going to get a job. Cool. Right. But you're probably like Tess. You're assuming that she's going to go and just get some kind of job with Trask. And who knows? Trask might still end up being a complete shithead too when she sees him. He could be Kevin Spacey at any moment, or any of her previous bosses. Right. But she gets to and this scene I think is played really slickly. It's like played so slick. Right.
I mean, and if this is like if it's kind of parts of the ways in which the film is in a rom-com kernel, and the way that it's really geared towards selling certain fantasy to women who need to aspire for something, that one is really like, because I was like the whole timeline of film is like so insane, like, because you kind of think like, is this happening every day after, or like all this, but all of a sudden they're living together and they have all this routine of like old couple routine, like like they are running to work, like they all both have to leave, like he eats a piece of toast, she takes the piece of toast, they pour coffee and all this. So it's like,
they've been doing this for decades.
This miraculously happen, or like they're just like, if you match making a big deal, you have matched perfectly. So in a way that there is like just kind of fully on jump on capitalism wagon, and you will you will become individual, but you will become complete. And I'm again riffing on like Fred Moten going on this analysis of Jerry Maguire, where he is basically the whole idea, like she makes him complete and all this, in which like they do perform this one unity, or like all of a sudden, which is like so smooth and so seductive, and also so well shot again, and then I like that is really about the triumph of bootstrapping.
And then when
you get both a boy and an office.
And one of the things that hits me is when she gets to Trask is that it's even nicer immediately, right? Like it's nicer than Catherine's place, right? You get there, there's the big Trask, and the big Trask sign, the first front, and when you get in the actual like walk-in part of the office is a bit more put together. But what does she do? She goes in and she walks. She goes and sees the office, and she sees a woman. I mean, this is so slick. Her feet are up, right? And like, and she's thinking, and she kind of, it's like, she's so obfuscated in the vision the first time you see her, you could almost think she's Catherine, right? She can
you can't see the
like
hair.
Catherine.
And you can't see the hairs, which would kind of be a dead giveaway.
Exactly. So it makes Tess go immediately to the assistant's desk, and she starts taking out her stuff. And it's funny because like her energy isn't that excited. It's almost kind of like, well, I'm kind of back where I was, right? And the woman is like, oh, I mean, you get the foresight of later. She's basically like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm like, do you want coffee? And like Tess is not picking up on any of the signals that this is not where you're supposed to be, until the woman literally says to her, no, that's your office. And she goes, really? She goes, yeah, this is where I sit, right? And it's like play. She kind of goes in, right, into the office, and you feel the energy, like it feels, and like I actually think the woman who plays the assistant plays it even better than Griffith, because the way she plays it is like she's expecting to basically meet a monster, right, and she doesn't, right, and she's like, but she has like her own little demands too, right? Not little, she's like her own demands, and then Tess gives her the thing. She's like, call me Tess, right? Only get me coffee if you're going to get some for yourself, and we'll figure out everything else along the way, right? suggesting that she's going to be different. This is going to be a kind of different thing of capital.
Because it also follows the same structure of the laydown of the rules that Catherine gives her. So in a way, she adopts the form, but she kind of makes it. She understands the struggle.
And then the music starts creeping. Oh no! Well, first,
and then she calls up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Calls
so she
the
calls.
friends.
Yeah, and so yeah, you can see here. This is also very much a kind of Jerry Maguire scene, but yeah, like Joan Cusack just going nuts. She got the office.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
But which for me was also revealing, because you actually until that point you don't really understand that Cynthia more or less does the same work as she does. So that,
yeah, me too. It was actually surprising. I was like, did I miss that?
Yeah, so they do. If we do see them at the beginning going into New York at the same time. Then she does have time to kind of jumps and check and be there available for her when she needs her. So this is the only moment to see that they, in a way, that there is this really departure. Like she is trying to also tell her I'm better than you because I actually aspire to be something, to improve myself, and you.
Yeah.
And then this was this kind of, and then the camera zooms out of the window, and you have the zoom, and you see it's like a really big office building.
Yeah,
and that's the thing too, is it's like this is the total, like it ends right here. Like you get the office with the window that looks outside and the skyscraper, and you have made it. You are everything now. And it does connect, again, like to go back to my comment earlier about Good Will Hunting, right? It's like, I think the reason that people on the left sometimes like it, right, is he drops in some Howard Zinn. Like there's the line where he goes into the big business and critiques them and talks about Club and Baby Seals and all of this stuff, you know.
Doesn't even like Marx come up at one point when he gets the guy? Doesn't he mention Marx?
I think so. I know, but anyways, I mean, there's definitely an allusion to books that have class politics for sure. But, you know, the whole thing is like Ben Affleck's character says, like, look, man, if you don't do this, I'm going to beat your ass. Like, you know, and so like there's a thing which is actually an elaboration on the theme here. So in here, most of the people within Staten Island kind of don't like that she wants to distance herself from them. Her friend does understand it to some degree, but I thinks it's maybe unreasonable, or like you're chasing something that isn't actually achievable for us, right? You should just accept like Alec Baldwin's character, right? In this kind of thing. But you have that fantasy, right? She recognizes that Harrison Ford is like sort of a fantasy for her, but ultimately she wants her to achieve it. Whereas like if you go to Good Will Hunting, it's that, you know, Will is like, there's nothing wrong with working construction, right? Like my father did it, we did it, da 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 da. And Ben Affleck's character is like, no, man, you have a golden lottery ticket. Like if you don't leave us, I'm gonna physically assault you, basically, you know? And then ultimately he does, right? And that's the kind of like arc of the film. And I think that's where they both have the same kernels within them, is that what is ultimately celebrated is this like individual kind of class mobility. Although in Good Will Hunting, it's literally just going to Stanford to chase after a girl. But anyway.
I guess in Good Will Hunting, it's been a really long time since I watched that one, is that, you know, in Stanford, his brilliance will be also recognized, so that, you know, academia will deliver. I have to say, as someone who works in UK academia and doesn't have an office, I'm really jealous of everyone who has an office.
I mean, Texas, I have an office and I don't have windows. And,
yes, that's something that I realized, that be aware what kind of an office you like for when I... But I was now thinking in relation to... I think that there is that aspect of being your own man, like being your own self-improvement and manager, that would also in that moment in the late 80s in Yugoslavia would also, because there was so much of the fetish of corporate culture. And at that time, effectively in some form the restoration of capitalism already started, that especially these elements of organization of space, and I'm not mentioning this just because this is my shtick, were really, if could be responded to the foregrounding of, because also this kind of idea, like she's a different form of woman than the Yugoslav socialist emancipation for women carried itself slightly differently. And then you do have that idea of, I think also that unquestionable idea that the West is where there is more progress and development. Because I remember, for me, when I was 16, I went to kind of English language learning camp in Malta, which kind of codifies me as a kind of, at that time at least, upper middle class, or at least that's my parents invested their money at the time. And I was in a group with people who were 18, and you have all these conversations that, like, when you learn a language, you have a lot of small talk around all the different topics. And this was, and I guess also because first it was a shock of getting to Malta. It was 96 and realizing they have gender split high schools and schools, because the whole education, because it's super highly Catholic. And I was like, what do you mean, like, you only have boys and girls school? And then another thing was, the conversation was like, oh, when you get married, will you stop working? And I was like, what kind of a question is this? And then 18-year-old girl from north of Italy, so older than me, and Italy, West, was like, of course. And I was like, there was nothing in the context of Yugoslavia which would assume that the role of a woman assumes you stay and you have to give up. The whole system was established by also partisan women of the support, kindergartens and everything. And of course this then marries with the idea of like capitalism returning. But it really made my brain like starts to question this idea, who is more kind of developed or not. So I think that this film was playing out into this, especially in the generation that they are in, like, their 30s, so that people who were in their 20s, in the 80s, who only knew Yugoslavia through 80s and crisis and economic crisis and all these things, that socialism is bad and that you have to aspire to kind of capitalism, because that allows you also to dress nicely, look nicely, so that kind of ethos of self-improvement, which is this tricky thing about self-management in the way that it was set up in Yugoslavia, and in the way how, like, you can so easily, the same vocabulary is the neoliberal vocabulary. And you did have in the 70s, Joanna Bachman has this book where how you had a lot of conversations between socialist free market Yugoslav and Polish economists meeting and being parts of Mount Pellegrin discussions, in which they kind of had a lost in translation moment, in which they really different understanding what is free market means and what is self-management in this context. But these type of films were really selling, I think, efficiently the desire. And I think that's the way, for me, it becomes super interesting also through space and this, like, how so much of our current struggle are problem of different desire, and that often is skewed by the ways in which a lot of imagination, especially of how the homes should look. If we think about collective ownership or any kind of something that doesn't privilege private ownership, that somehow is always portrayed through cardboard, or it's small rooms, or is something that film is such an important way of setting up that desire, that you don't even understand that you've been caught on. of this. And I really like, I thought, I think when I was a kind of a kid of 7, 8 watching this for the first time, that I'm going to be a successful woman if I wear like sneakers and socks, and then I change into heels, which by my own definition, I guess they didn't become because they don't wear heels, but...
One day you'll be able to get Harrison Ford in the process.
We're not going to open publicly that topic.
One thing that I also thought was interesting within the film and the shots and everything, right, is I also think if we're talking about the use of Staten Island, right, it is also I couldn't help but think about, you know, because you're also talking about Statue of Liberty. I couldn't help but think of Ellis Island, right? I couldn't help but think of this idea too of, you know, these kind of ethnic underclass whites, right, traveling by boat, right, to come into the harbor of Manhattan, right, and, you know, join the American capitalist project. And I do think that Carly Simon song, the video with it, the whole entry or the whole intro of the movie, you know, they're working with that imagery, even if, you know, within the film, Staten Island can also just operate as, you know, a borough and a neighborhood within New York. But you wouldn't be able to have that imagery if she's riding the train in from the Bronx or Queens or something like that, you know. Yeah.
But it's also the language that's used, enter the workforce, right? You know, entering, you know, this, because by that point in the 80s, you know, you're in this thought of, you still in this battle of that America is the most progressive place in the world, right? Like it is the key point of progression. So they have to show you, invoke those things, Ellis Island, Liberty, Lady Liberty, which is the other thing, right? So Lady Liberty, the ferry is coming in and they're able to enter this new thing. But not only that, like they're able to enter, but I think is what this movie is really saying is they're actually what we need. These really special individuals. Because the other thing that the film really lives is in this idealist perspective that most people want to stay stuck. That the majority will be stuck, and their job is to either be your obstacle you jump over like a Catherine, or your cheerleader like her friend at the end, right? Because like all those women who clap for her getting Harrison Ford, they're not gonna leave that situation. Right. But because through the conduit of the representation of one, they're able to kind of have a fulfillment. And that is really America's way of making you think of progress. You can connect it to, and think about the 80s, Michael, for Black people, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, right? Different things of capital happening, all this type of stuff, these types of figures, women, entering different places of, you know, being able to become so forth and so forth. Even fucking Margaret Thatcher for Americans was a big fucking deal, right? A woman can be a head of state, those types of things. So it's like showing you that, and there'll be this downstreaming of greatness through them.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to wind down in like about 5 minutes or so. Is there anything else, Dubravka, that you wanted to say about this? I mean, this has been great. Thank you for bringing it to us to do. This is much needed.
No, I just want to say that Michal Ballhaus, the DOP, did Under the Cherry Moon.
Yes.
Which is like, and also kind of, yeah, which is like also some bunch of Madonna videos, but I love Under the Cherry Moon. Which is,
yeah,
really, I guess why I wanted to bring this is really about, I think this is kind of connected to Matuma, something that you are super interested in, and also something that I'm interested in some of the work I was doing, and I'm doing around film, is to which extent you have someone who actually is he's kind of best German filmmaker, but like working with Fassbinder and stuff. There is actually a way of understanding that film is more, and then constructing the scenes and how the visually film looks, and how that works for or against ideology is because and I guess also the richness. I don't watch so much of the kind of mainstream films these days, so I don't know how would this film, if this is what is an equivalent of this film. But it seems to me that there is also so much the skilling that happened when it comes to how do we actually shoot things. Because this would have also asked for a lot of extras, the kind to shoot the films, the scenes in offices. But you had to do that because in order to create that type of, and it would be interesting to think what would these open plan spaces be now, because all the post kind of Silicon Valley redesign of office spaces in which everything is flexible, and because these spaces, even though there was someone who put in a comment how they were super the open plan office allows for surveillance, there is also this aspect in which they do still have their own kind of booths, and like the big kind of Gen X critique was of the alienation of the whole booth. But that still, you had like your fixed place to which you would go. You could put your, the first thing she does is brings the photos of her kind of boyfriend and all this, and now you have all this flexible workspace. You can't customize any single space. You're like, hot desking and all of that, which I often joke that these spaces seem the most fun to design. They're most oppressive on people who work in, because you can't even tide you're basically space constantly screams that you're replaceable, because you're here on a temporary basis. And then if you have any issues with anxiety or mental health, that also adds a lot of stress if you can't play out how your day is going to start because you don't know where you're going to sit. So I think there is, I guess what I'm arguing for here by saying is, it's super important to be able to read these things also through space, because they imprint in our imagination so much of what is our desire, and this it seems to me more than a dialogue and all this, that this is the least we are resistant to read these things.
No, absolutely. And I know, Dubravka, we owe you the conversation. We have to do a spatial politics episode or a couple episodes or whatever to get deeper into all of that.
I'm really seriously thinking how I want to start something that would be like a spatial knowledge, like spatial literacy podcast, because it's really something that brings to which actually part of this like you're doing in Imperial 80s is also for me by spatial literacy, because it's how do we seize interpretive tools to actually read the way that system works on us. Is in these days, unfortunately or fortunately, it goes beyond reading Capital One.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Appreciated. I'm sure we will do Secret of My Success. We'll do it separately from this conversation, but absolutely.
They have such a mirror.
And thank you also for this super chat. Appreciate it as well. Balancing Act said, I like how after this intervention by Dubravka, y'all were like, WrestleMania. Listen, WrestleMania has been in the works for like the entirety of this podcast. All against Mtume's will. So there's going to be an invasion.
Dirty Dancing. I have been advocating for Dirty Dancing.
We're going to have to do that.
9 to 5. I think after this, we need to do 9 to 5.
Yeah, 9 to 5 for sure.
9 to 5. Dirty Dancing. Yep. Under the Cherry Moon Hive, stand up. This was a good question. Were the breast reveals a marketing ploy to sell films to men? So I think so, although it mainly happened through like word of mouth. Like it's not like the movies would be like, oh, so and so is going to show their breasts in this movie, right? But like, I do think that, and interestingly, I think you could kind of flip that, right? Where we talked about Lethal Weapon, like the basically the nudity of Mel Gibson through it, right, would have been like, oh, hey ladies, come see Lethal Weapon. Mel Gibson's butt is a central figure in this film, you know. But yeah, I think it was. I mean, there's probably worth us like delving into. I'm sure people have kind of studied like why Hollywood was like so engaged in this practice in the 80s, and you know, but yeah.
And I guess teenage, like I don't know for which what was the rate? No, how do you call this? Like, is it like rating system? Because that would also be especially like teenage boys and young men would actually be this target.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's that, and it's like the date thing, like of like the guys going to see this girl movie, right? Like it's going to be a date night. Like, what do I get out of it? Oh, well, there's a few boobs in it.
Okay, I'll go see the new movie, the new rom-com. And he's sitting there going, Melanie Griffith is in it. Exactly, totally. Which is the same thing with the Mel Gibson thing.
This is a good point too. The nudity also depicts what a body should be, sparks insecurity, you buy more, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I do think there is that kind of, you know, aspect of it as well. I mean, just in general, that's like, you know, Hollywood fashion models, all of that kind of stuff. All right, I do have to run. Thank you so much, Dubravka. Thank you to the chat. Everybody else, support us. You can join our Patreon. I know we need to do bonus episodes. We've been doing these like 4-hour marathons and then don't have time to do bonus episodes, but we'll get back to it soon. Anyways, appreciate everybody. Yeah, and then next week is WrestleMania. So, all right, see you all. See you all later. All right, thank you.